Can never time this right. It's just strange days have found us. Hi there, Terence McGuana here, and tonight I'm joined by my guest Wes from Iamtheicelord, and tonight we're going to have a good chat about weird movies, right? Who doesn't
Yeah,
love a nice weird movie? So Wes, how are you doing tonight? You good?
I am wonderful. I'm having a great night. I'm looking forward to talking these weird movies with you. Does it
Awesome, awesome.
it it begs the question though. What is the difference between a weird movie and a disturbing movie or a disgusting movie?
Let's find out today.
All
Well,
right.
what I was going to ask, before we begin, I just want to wish you a very happy Father's Day today.
Thank you, Terrence. You're very kind.
No,
My
you're
kids
very
are
welcome.
grown.
And
My kids are grown, but I technically still a dad, I guess.
yeah, I
I
think you
don't
always
know.
will be, even in
Yeah.
hell. What I was going to say, what I
Especially
was
in
going to
hell.
say. Oh yeah. Well, hell is full of dads, according to George Carlin. But what I was going to say
Yeah.
is yeah, and happy Juneteenth, everybody, as well. That's
Yeah, happy
that's today
Juneteenth,
as well.
everybody.
Yeah. Well, what I
Is
was going
that
to ask you,
today or tomorrow? Oh, you're already on tomorrow's time? I thought
yeah,
that
but
was Monday.
yeah, but you're my guest, so I'm on your time, right?
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Happy
So
Juneteenth.
what I was going to ask you, right, to start off with, is what is it that attracts you to weird movies?
That's a good question, man. I think that it's just a sheer morbid curiosity, always wanting to push the envelope because everybody, there's a one-upsmanship the uh, in the like horror or disturbing movies or weird movies communities to find the next best thing, the next craziest movie. Unthinkable things happen in it, and everyone's always trying to find that next fix when it comes to these weird movies, and it's been happening for a long time. It's become a real phenomenon lately, but
Yeah.
weird cinema is it always appealed to me. I always liked weird shit. Growing up, I was never a mainstream guy, man. I could never abide the mainstream. It wasn't for
No,
me. No.
always going against the grain.
Yeah. So naturally, I ended up watching some weird movies, and it unfolded that way, I guess. I really owe a lot of what I know about disturbing films to, like we were saying in the stream, Spirits and Screams last night. Jerome from Horrible Reviews, he did that disturbing movies list, and I think he's still adding to it. I I discovered so many films that way, and that's kind of where I got started on the real weird ones.
All right. See, I mean, if you allow me to answer that question, I'm drawn to weird films because it feels like you're getting to see inside someone's psyche, like the film director, the screenwriter. You're getting to see their dreams, their fantasies, dark or
Right.
nice or otherwise. Like David Lynch, for example, and I think David Lynch was the artist that introduced me to weird cinema, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Love
stuff
him. He's great.
Stuff like Eraserhead, for example. I remember the very first time I saw Eraserhead, and it was weird because it was one of those. It was weird. It was one of those films that I remember seeing in the video store, right, and seeing the cover with Jack Nance on the cover with that crazy hair, and wonder what the
Yeah.
hell is this film all about. And I never felt compelled to watch it. It was in black and white, so that was a no back then. But I remember seeing it on television one night, and when it had that woman singing "In Heaven,"
Everything is fine. Yeah, that's been stuck in my head for days
that
now.
I couldn't sleep after watching that. That creepy woman singing that
Yeah.
had me right.
What's with
Never
that
understood.
chick's cheeks? What's with
I
that chick's
know.
cheeks? She's got like cottage cheese on there, but it's
No,
solid.
I think she had a case of the mumps, maybe. But
Okay,
but
makes
I think
sense.
my first experience of, I mean, because I think I saw Razorhead mid-90s, and I'd already seen Wild at Heart at that point, right? Which was David Lynch again, another weird one. But
Oh yeah.
I think my actual introduction to David Lynch was from the TV show Twin Peaks.
Oh sure.
When that first aired, 1990, I think it was, or 89, 90, somewhere about that point. And my mother was right into that show because it started off as a very, it seemed like a really well made procedural murder mystery, right? Have you seen Twin Peaks?
I've seen a good portion of it. I was around when it first aired on television, but I didn't really watch it like the rest of the. My dad and his girlfriend watched it, and I didn't. I didn't really have a chance to. Not until later in life, but I am familiar with a good portion of the story, and
Yeah.
I have seen Fire Walk with Me, which I know is a no before you finish the TV series, but um, I don't own it, but either the series or the movie, but I am familiar with Twin Peaks. That's some weird shit.
No, it is. And the funny thing was, right, so my mum loved the show and she was enjoying the whole murder mystery, who killed Laura Palmer and all that stuff. And
Right?
then we had the dwarf speaking backwards. They had that moment happen in it, and that was it.
Yeah.
She just checked right out. She was like, right.
She didn't like
She
that,
just
huh?
that was it. No. She was my mother liked realistic dramas and thrillers and things like that. She didn't have an appetite for science fiction so much. Um, and
My
she checked right out of there. She was like, I'm having none of this. Right?
uh,
You know.
luckily for me, my mom was kind of cool about horror, so I kind of got brought up watching weird movies. I was kind of allowed to watch whatever, man,
No, I
which
was allowed
may or
to
may
watch
not have been
horror
a good
movies
thing.
and stuff. I was allowed to watch horror movies and stuff, but I wasn't. But she didn't have an appetite for the fantastical, right?
Uh,
Another example of that was They Live, when They Live was on television one night, and I'd already seen the movie, so I was ready to go with that one, but she hadn't seen it. And the way the film begins, where it's about homelessness in Los Angeles, she
yeah,
was she was she was getting right into it. You know, she was actually compelled by these characters. But as soon as he put those sunglasses on and those aliens appeared, she was like,
yeah.
"Right, I'm off to bed. I'm off to bed." It's like this movie's ruined now,
Well,
right?
there is something to be said for the importance of nonfiction, and you know, I fear that I've wasted a lot of my memory on fiction, and I should have been stocking up on nonfiction this entire time. Because it is good to know history, but uh, I can't blame her. I've been trying to spend the latter part of my life acquiring information about actual events, if it's at all possible. But I do
Yeah.
delve into my fiction from time to time. I suppose it
Well,
was more the supernatural that she didn't like, eh?
we've got two viewers so far that are commenting at least.
Hello,
Gammy Bear Vlogs.
viewers.
Hello, Gammy Bear Vlogs, and hello. Let me try this one. Momizil Longa. Thanks for showing up.
Hello, chat. Hi.
Well,
Thanks for
what was it?
coming.
Let's see if I can find another question. Right, but that was a sort of wee Ice Lord breaker there. Still getting
Okay.
mileage. Still trying to get mileage out of that.
You're doing great, man. I like your questions. Keep them coming. I am ready with whatever you got, man. Hit me with it.
What
Yep.
was the first weird movie that you recall seeing?
The first weird movie.
Yeah,
Well,
that
that's why I
you would.
was asking before. What do we classify as weird? Where's the line on weird?
You
What are the
decide.
limits?
You decide.
Well, I would have to say the first weird movie I ever saw might have been a Lucifer Valentine movie.
What?
No, that it had to have started earlier than that. Maybe
Yeah.
Evil
Like,
Dead, but weird movies? Geez, I didn't really start getting into the strange shit until 2008 or thereabouts, and I started collecting disturbing movies. Like, it might have been Solo back when
all
it was
right.
on YouTube. Might have been the first one I saw. That was a weird movie, I'll say. There
Back
were
when
a
it was
lot of
on.
back when it was on YouTube in its entirety, man. It used to be. I shit you not.
Oof, I shit you not. Yeah, good choice of words.
I shit you not. Yeah, I give a lot of I don't like the other terms, but I do like, I shit you not.
Mm.
I
See,
think it works for me.
I would say that my first sort of experience of being aware of something being just absolutely absurd would be when I went to see Ghostbusters in the cinema. And I wouldn't say the whole
Really?
film is weird. The whole film isn't weird, but the moment that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man appeared, that was just mind blowing for me, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah.
that was kind of my introduction to just pure absurdity and the humor in
Yeah.
that. Because Ghostbusters is a silly movie, right? But it takes itself quite seriously. It doesn't go right over the edge into self parody or lampooning.
Yeah.
It does have a kind of compelling ghost story that's right, and that showed real confidence that they could do that they could go right. This we have to conjure up our own destructor, and the guy
Right.
can't. They empty your heads, and they're all trying to empty their heads so nothing comes to kill them, and he can't help it. He just thinks of the dumbest thing, and it appears right. That I think was
Yes.
my first introduction to just pure weirdness in
I
a weird
see.
way, right? Just that moment, and also maybe Airplane as well. I know it's a spoof movie, but just the way that the people behaved in it, the way
Yeah.
that logic didn't really work the same way.
Yeah.
Where a guy's like washing a window, and then another character just walks through this empty space, right? That all that kind of stuff was just kind of really strange to me, but really compelling at the same time.
Well,
You know?
come to think of it, I did come up with an idea that one of the movies that really turned me on my ear as a weird one is Phantasm. I I was young when I saw that, so it was kind of earth shattering, all the nightmare awakings and whatnot, or awaking from nightmare. Uh,
Yeah.
it's kind of a mind fuck. Um,
Ugh.
also, I gotta admit, uh, I've I've seen some movies that were probably I shouldn't have seen, like growing up, and I
Oh,
know my
haven't we all?
kids have. Yeah, some that really twisted me, man.
All right. Like what?
Well, uh, Natural Born Killers was definitely a weird movie. It kind of got me on a weird pathway. The Wall twisted me.
Oh, same. The Wall.
Yeah,
I
still
would,
feeling the burn there.
yeah, I went to. I think one of my uncles took me and my sister to a party one time with his friends. We were about. She must have been about 10 years old. I was about. Well, no, she must have been about 11, 12, and I was about 7 or something. And they took us to this party. I'm sure they were smoking weed or whatever, but I didn't know what that was, right? And
Sure.
we were sort of clamoring in another room where they had a couple of videotapes, and the videotapes that they had were Pink Floyd, The Wall, and the Lord of the Rings animated film. And
Oh
both of
yeah.
them, I thought both of them I found traumatizing. Right? They were both kind of
Yeah.
dark and creepy, And I don't particularly like The Wall as a film. I've seen it many times since, but there was moments in it, seeing it at a young age, that was really disturbing to me. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh yeah,
the
man.
animation, the Gerald Scarfe animation was
Yeah.
really dark and creepy as well. You know.
True. I mean, I hate to say it, but I was imbibing some magical mushrooms one day, and I
Oh, here we go.
happened to be watching The Wall,
For
and
God's sake.
it definitely was different. I've watched it since, but it hasn't had that same impression on me.
Wow,
Those magic mushrooms, man.
you encounter more mushrooms than Mario Brothers, so you do.
Well,
Seriously.
I come from the farmland, man. Indiana. All we got out here is cornfields and cow pastures, so it's only natural.
I think I mucked this up on IG as well, because I think I put 6 p.m.
Really?
early. Yeah, let me just check. I think I mucked this right up, man.
See, that's what I thought. I thought it was 6 p.m. that it started too. So
No, I
I
put 7 p.m. Chicago time. So, but it is Juneteenth. A lot of people must be out getting mad with it. But
what do people get drunk on this day? Is that what it is? People like getting smashed up on Juneteenth?
I don't know. It's an American thing, is it not? We don't celebrate it here. I don't know when. We don't
Well,
even celebrate.
I
We
didn't even
don't.
hear about it until the other day, man.
Right. We don't celebrate the abolishment of slavery in this country, even though the UK did abolish slavery way before the USA did.
Well,
But
I'd
we're
like
still
to
talking of it.
celebrate the abolishment of slavery. I'm partying, it's thank thank the Lord for the abolishment of slavery. What a horrible scourge. But
It's not really been abolished though. That's the thing. It's still ongoing.
it's still happening in the world, but we got to stop that shit too, man.
Absolutely.
Peace, tranquility.
But
But
back to
I,
weird. Here you
back
go.
to weird movies. Yes. Oh, you have a question for me, or can I question you?
Go for it. Put me in the hot seat.
Are you familiar with Jimmy Screamer Claus?
No, only Santa.
Only Santa?
Santa
Well,
Claus.
well, they're related, but Jimmy Screamer Claus is a animator and writer, I guess you'd say director. He animated the movie Where the Dead Go to Die and When Blackbirds Fly. You probably haven't seen those.
Never heard of
I,
them.
sh- I should have recommended those movies to you, or one of those. They're pretty terrible, but if you want to see a weird movie, uh, it's those, man. They
Well,
are
funnily enough,
weird.
are they animated? Yeah.
They are. And
Yeah. See,
they're kind
I
of
just watched.
poorly animated too. They're weird.
Well, I
It's
just watched
very
that.
odd.
Right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, please, please, you're my guest, and and I've told you before, interrupt me. It's the only way to go.
Eh,
Mad God. I just finished before we come on live. I just finished watching Mad God. This this film made by Phil Tippett, who's a special effects animator, stop motion animations. Worked on Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, RoboCop, Jurassic Park. Right, so the guy's a legend, but
well,
he made this film that he'd been working on since 1990, and and it's one of these sort of projects that he's been doing over the weekend ever since, where he's got all these sort of students to come in and work on the film with him, train them up in special effects at the same time as work on this film. And I was kind of bored by it. I thought it
Really?
dragged. Yeah, it was
Did
about
it
this.
just come out?
Yeah, it just got released on Shudder like a couple of days ago.
I'll have to
And
check this out. Or do you
I
not
know
recommend it?
I first heard about it on Horror Flicks with Nick's channel, because he does this monthly update of what's coming in the next month or so,
Okay.
right? And so he talked about this Mad God film and how it'd been in the pipeline for such a long time, and I was really intrigued to see that.
Yeah.
And it felt like an animated short, like a stop motion animated short that had a very sort of Terry Gilliam kind of look about it. It was about this assassin who's sent into this subterranean world. There's no dialogue in this ever, and he's sent to plant a bomb somewhere, right? And there's all these subterranean creatures and weird monsters and stuff. And I don't know, it just felt really contrived and unoriginal, strangely.
Really?
And and it was a bit of a drag, bit of a slog to get through. You know, there was moments in it where it takes this character ages to walk down a set of stairs, and I'm thinking to myself, can't they just edit this? Can't they just move it along? Right? Do we need to see them go down every single step? Right? I know that it took this guy ages to make this, and I appreciate the effort.
Sure.
But along. That's all I've got to say. I found it a bit of a slog. There were some good gore scenes in it.
Yeah.
That you might be impressed by, and funnily enough, there were some live action moments as well. There was a part with a character is played by Alex Cox, the director of Repo Man, shows up in it. Yeah, but yeah, it was a real drag. I was just
here's the main question. If it was, even though it was a drag, is it worth me watching it just to see for myself, or is it not worth watching? Would you say?
I wouldn't recommend that. I think you would be I don't know. You may find I mean, there's value to it, but you may find some enjoyment to it, Wes. I'm not entirely sure.
But you don't recommend it, though, huh?
No, I found it quite tiresome. And it pains me to say that, because 30 years of work, right, for some idiot in Scotland to go, oh yeah, that was boring. Right?
Well, you have the right. You have the right, man. I mean, if I know you, Terrence, you're just being straight up and honest about it. You know, you're not going to be purposefully negative about a movie unless there was an aspect that you didn't really thought jibed, you know?
No, exactly. But yeah, I found it quite tiresome. And
I'm excited to hear your thoughts on Ex-Drummer, man. Talk about a weird movie.
Well, yeah, well,
isn't that an oddball?
It is an odd film. I mean, I love the opening title sequence. I thought the opening title sequence was magnificent.
Great music, and all in reverse and all.
Yeah, I didn't fully understand the film, to be honest. I mean, it was like those sort of fictitious rock movies, like Spinal Tap or the Five Heartbeats or something like that. But this band were just absolutely repellent, right?
Right.
I mean, every single way, and the way that it just sort of skirted off into surrealism was mind blowing in parts.
Oh yeah, isn't it? The tunnel, so to speak.
Yeah, the tunnel. I know
the love tunnel.
Yeah,
there are some weird parts in there that are just stark, insane in contrast to the kind of low key, you know.
It certainly
aspect of the rest.
Weird. It certainly had the weird factor.
I love the music though, man. Especially the song that plays when he's just walking through the crowd smoking a cigarette and the entire audience collapses. It's just
Oh yeah,
this
yeah.
guy just screaming his balls off. And the music comes roaring up, and it's great. I love that part, man.
But
But I can understand.
they were horrible. They were every moment I was in, every time I was in the company of these men, I just didn't want to be there. Right?
Yeah,
I
and
was, but I mean, I
I
did
think
not
that's
like it.
how I think that's how the drummer felt too. Like, that was what they were trying to,
But he
you
was
know.
he was so homophobic as well,
Right,
wasn't he?
right. He
Right?
was. That was his one real drawback. Like, as a character that you can't totally get behind, that was the one thing. His
Yeah.
treatment of that one fellow who got it from Big Dick. Uh, he didn't treat that guy very nicely, and neither did Big Dick, for that matter.
No,
But
and yeah.
maybe,
How did you come to hear of that film? I'd never heard of it.
well, at first it came to me on lists of disturbing movies before I knew all the horrible reviews, disturbing movies. It was just on a list of like 50 movies you've got to watch. You want to get disturbed. Check out Ex Drummer. It's weird. And it's a pretty twisted movie. I just like the rock and roll aspect of it and the insanity, and it just blows my mind.
I didn't find it disturbing. It was too absurd to be disturbing, right?
Right?
And it was too kind of self-aware that
Yeah.
it was pure fantasy. And
It,
the camera work was all over the place. It was constantly shaking about. Even in a scene where they're just sitting in a flat smoking, the camera was just rocking back and forth all the time.
right.
That
I,
was
I, I don't know if that was the director or the director of photography or whatever that wanted to create some sort of, uh, I don't know if it was some sort of tension they were trying to build or whatever.
yeah, it was definitely very weird.
A lot
Um,
of weird angles, like the upside down shots.
oh yeah, with that character,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, Kundigator.
he was horrendous, and just how whenever he was in his flat alone, he was always standing on the ceiling like Lionel
Yeah,
Richie for some reason. Yeah,
yeah.
bizarre. It's
I
going to be a
can't
hard
say
one.
that I understand the movie myself. Don't get me wrong. I don't know that I got it either. I mean, it's a lot of metaphor, and they're taking a lot of liberties, but I did enjoy it. I did like the drummer, even though he was a homophobic kind of bastard. But I guess that was just part of his. I don't know if that's a Belgian thing or
They
something.
had really explicit sex in it, like for real.
Yeah,
Him and his girlfriend,
yeah,
the
yeah,
yeah, the journalist and his girlfriend, that was
yeah,
explicit. So
yeah.
I'm
It
going to have to
was.
mention that. I don't know.
Yeah,
To be honest, I would recommend it to. Look, speak of the devil. Right?
Curly.
I would definitely recommend it to Curly Girl to see. And if you've not been listening, we're talking about this film that Wes recommended to me called Ex Drummer. It is off the rails, crazy. Definitely
Have you
one to
seen
wash
it?
definitely
Have
one
you
for
seen?
washing your curly hair to. I would suggest.
I
But
have a feeling you won't like it all that much, but you probably, I don't know, maybe you will.
oh,
It's one of my favorite movies.
hi Anthony, give us a thumbs up.
Hello,
Or
friends. Thanks for coming by.
yes, Wes is a bit baked right now. He's you know.
I'm a little bit tuned up, but none worse for the wear. Or is that what they say? That's what I say.
Yeah, pay no attention to that turkey. He
I,
weird. Oh, so glad you
I'm
could make
the
it.
yeah, man. I'm glad to always talk with you. It's a good time every time. We always
But
talk
yeah,
about some great flicks. I will admit.
okay. Well, let me go back to the questions, right?
Sure.
And please in the chat hit us with stuff because I'm a bit sparse on the old questions tonight. I've been struggling.
Ask
So
us anything.
within reason.
Yes. No dares.
No. Okay. What I was going to say when I was talking about first movies that I saw that were weird, that I would
Yeah.
consider weird. Another one that I included in my notes was Nightmare on Elm Street. Right? I
Yeah.
know it's mainstream and it's a horror film, but I've been struggling to review the remake, right? And
Oh,
that's been giving me nightmares
yeah, I bet.
because
I bet.
this women I'm pals with on YouTube. I don't want to upset her, right? But I can't
Yeah.
bring myself to recommend this movie because it's so boring. And the thing that I recall about Nightmare on Elm Street, and I've rewatched that as well,
Yeah.
is the surrealist aspect to it, right? That, for example, Freddy Krueger's tongue coming through the phone, right?
Right. Right.
That's like Salvador Dali kind of stuff,
Sure.
isn't it? Isn't
Sure it
it? And, and,
is.
and I never realised that. I know it's a fantasy and it's set in the dream world, and I suppose that's the beauty of weird cinema is it is a
That's
dream
why
that's a
they
nightmare.
it's one of the aspects of the dream world that they were trying to get across, I guess, just the weirdness of Freddy's attack, that it's mainly mental, it's not just a glove with knives.
Yeah.
He's emotionally attacking you, and at the very basest level, that
And also
that's a
Johnny Depp's.
disturbing movie to me because that scared the shit out of me as a kid. I had a nightmare the night I watched it.
Right.
Freddy come and kill me in my dream at that night.
Well,
No
I get
crap.
told as a kid if I don't stop wetting the bed, I don't get to watch no horror films. So that
I
was
feel you,
that was
man.
my deal,
I was
right?
always getting in trouble for peeing on something. Let me tell you.
Oh, here we go.
It
Right.
happens, man. I feel your pain.
Uh, and that was when I was 18. That was when I was 18 years of age. No, I'm kidding.
Oh well,
The
it happens, man. What are
Yeah,
you
the
gonna do?
bed death as well, and with when Tina gets murdered at the beginning and his arms
Yeah,
all extended out, it's all very surrealist weirdness.
sure,
Right?
sure
Yeah. Well,
is.
you're not
How
alone.
how is
Curly's.
everyone in the chat? I wanted to say hi to our friends. I'm glad our friends are here. Hi, Curly.
Well, she's talking
Hello,
about
Fever Dreamland Theater or
Ex
Anthony.
drummer. Well,
She's seen it.
I'm gonna have a review out soon about Ex Drummer, and I'll show you some bits from it. It's bonkers.
Well,
It's
has she seen it yet? I can't read the. I
disgusting,
can't.
vile, and just everything that makes
You know me.
makes the Ice Lord's day. Um,
I
but what was we got here? On the
don't
topic of weird
know.
movies. Yeah, here we go. We're getting into the artsy fartsy stuff here.
What's
On the
that?
topic of weird, Anthony's asked, saying, on the topic of weird movies, here's a few. Have either of you seen Louis Buñuel's surrealist film, The Exterminating Angel? Another one, Eraserhead. We did mention Eraserhead earlier. That was one of
Ex-
my earliest weird films, and
I,
just to
I've
bring you
heard
up
of
to speed.
Exterminating Angel, and I've seen Eraserhead. I own it, Criterion Collection, but I'll have to check Exterminating Angel. That's going on the watch list, man. Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, yeah, sounds interesting. I like the title.
Yeah, definitely cool.
Yeah. But what was I saying? But yeah, that's what I'm saying is that Wes Craven really put a lot of surrealist imagery into Nightmare on Elm Street, but also it made me think about the remake because the remake 2010 it came out. They had an opportunity to go all
Yeah.
out to give us a crazy CGI Freddy. I mean, I know
Yeah.
that might have sucked as well, but at least it had been something different. I felt that was just
Now I've seen the
recreating.
remake. You've seen it, right? Like entirely. Okay, I've seen it, and I don't like it at all. I don't like Freddy in that movie. I like Rooney Mara. She's wonderful, magnificent, no doubt. She always is. But I could not get behind Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, and it's like
Not like I was rooting for him to begin with, but
I think I mentioned this to BAQ as well. Is that we've had decades of Freddy being a crazy character and a comedy horror icon. To try and ask the audience to reset that all back to when he was actually creepy in the first movie is a tall ask. It is a tall ask, right?
Totally.
Because in it, well, let's go off the subject of that. What actors? No, what would you claim is one of the weirdest movies you have seen and why? One of them, so it doesn't have to be the weirdest.
One of the weirdest movies I've ever seen is you're gonna have to check this one out and get back with me because I'm gonna tag you with it right now. Sinful Dwarf.
All right.
That's a strange ass movie. I think it's European. I can't remember the country of origin, but there are a number of YouTubers that have gotten around to not emailing, but rather mailing copies of the Sinful Dwarf to one another, in that it's understood that if they get it, they will have to review it.
Okay.
And it's just something that these guys do. I think it's like the Midnight Hour crew, Hobbs Horror, and his associates.
So what's that about?
It's about a terrible dwarf who works with a woman to sex traffic ladies, get them addicted to heroin and sex traffic them. Kind of like in a thriller, A Cruel Picture. It really relies a lot on the storyline from that, but
or like Anthony Quinn in Revenge with Kevin Costner.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen it, but no, but that sounds worth a watch.
Yeah,
but the Sinful Dwarf is one of the weirdest, though. Although, one that's even weirder than that. Check out, if you haven't watched Unboxed, Watched, and Reviewed, he watches some weird movies, man. There's another one. It's not the Sinful Dwarf, but it's like the Dirty Dwarf or something. I can't remember what it was, but it's like a shit fetish film, and yeah, it's pretty terrible.
Cool.
Definitely weird. Now that's where the question is. Where my question is like, where is the line? Because I've kind of lumped all of my movies together into one. Weird could mean disgusting, or disturbing. I don't know where the line is, I guess.
Well, I think having a fetish for poop is, it's weird, right? To some.
I don't have a fetish for poop. Don't get me wrong, Terrence.
No.
When I leave a poop behind, I don't take it with me. I never take a shit. And I never give a shit no matter what. I always leave it sitting there where I dropped it. And that's all. Sorry, guys.
Into the
too much information.
Well,
sorry.
I don't know.
I don't know. I like watching weird movies. Sorry, Terry. I went off script there, as I always do. Right.
I'm just trying to change the subject.
Let's do it.
I think one of the. I try to think what one of the weirdest movies that I've ever seen. See, usually when I encounter a really interesting weird movie, I try and figure it out. I like they are like a kind of mystery box to me, and I don't mean in the J.J. Abrams way, which annoys me. I mean in the way that something like A Clockwork Orange, right? When I saw that as a teenager, it was banned in this country. Everything was bloody banned in this country, but that was banned for different.
Didn't Stanley Kubrick pull that from theaters because of death threats or something?
Yeah,
It did.
he banned it himself. Yeah, exactly. And then when he died in 1999, it came out
Whoa.
eventually. But I had a pirate copy. I always had a
Ooh.
pirate copy of everything. And I saw that and I did not understand it. I was like, what is this film about? And as I watched it more and more, I began to understand it more and more. And I felt a sense of pride that I managed to figure this movie out. Same with 2001 as well. And this was before I could just go into YouTube and get some analysis video to explain it to me. You know,
Sure.
those two movies in particular were weird films to me,
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh
Because
yeah.
when I first saw 2001, I wanted Star Wars. This was already heralded as the greatest science fiction movie of all time. I already knew that. I read about it,
Yeah. Yeah.
but just enough to know that. Saw it on television, and I was like, "This is boring as hell. What is this
It
classical
is.
music?"
It is a boring movie. It really is.
I disagree, but
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it is a
that's all right.
boring movie. I 2001 is no. I mean, the pacing is nowhere near Clockwork Orange. Clockwork Orange is a different story, but you got to admit, 2001 does drag at times, and it's the technical filmmaking aspects of it don't really bring it through the. I don't know. It doesn't pull through. Like it's too long in some spots. You know, they should
Yeah,
have. Some of
but
the
I did.
troop sequences are too much for me.
Oh, with the Stargate sequence, right?
Sure,
It's
it's a
funny
little
that
much.
you should say that because when it came out in 1968, it flopped at the box office, and
Oh,
its original poster was very science fiction, where it had Dave in his spacesuit standing inside the hull, the sort of hamster wheel
yeah.
of the Discovery. That was the poster. So it tanked at the box office. So what they did is they capitalized on the counterculture and
Uh,
released it again with a different poster where it had an eyeball with a psychedelic colors on it and said
yeah.
it's a trip. It's a
Well,
trip
that's what
on the
my
poster.
stepdad was. Yeah, see, that's the way it was originally put to me by my stepdad. He said that it was a good tripping movie,
Well,
like
that's it.
watch
So they
drop
advertised
acid.
it. MGM re-released the movie as a go-to for go drop some acid and watch this movie, right? And
Uh,
it made money. It started to make money on the back of that, right?
they
Great.
should have given out acid at the theaters so that way you were certain.
3D glasses and a tab of LSD. Brilliant. But
Yes.
but yeah, I love figuring these films out. That's what I aim to do when I encounter a weird movie that I think isn't just weird for the sake of it, right?
Yeah.
For example,
Well,
Possession. Possession is a film that I'm determined to work out. Still can't figure it out, and I'm cheating. I have been on other sites. I've been on YouTube. Watched loads of analysis videos. I've listened to the director's commentary for the
what do
film.
you think, though, man? What do you think? Despite all of that, what is your interpretation? Because I'll tell you mine, but I'll wait. I want to hear what you think about the the
Well, I
possession
think
monster or whatever it is.
the creature. Well, that was one of
The
my
creature.
questions. I was gonna about the creature and possession. Um, I think it's there's two ways of seeing it. I think there's a way of seeing it as this almost like Messiah, right?
Okay. Okay.
Because when some of the characters in the film encounter the creature, they go
Yeah.
into a trance when they see it,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is really strange. And there are some of this sort of religious kind of dialogue throughout the movie as well.
Okay.
So
I see what you
the
mean.
here we go. There's those bloody things again.
What happened?
It's the block. It's these sort of porno
Fucking
things.
porno sites, man. It's the same. Why? Okay, real quick. Not to bag on YouTube all that much, but it is always the same outfit that puts out those terrible ads for porn on all the live streams. Why don't they block that account for good and all?
Yeah,
It
but they
makes no
probably they
sense.
probably just keep changing all the time. Anyway, and another thing that I got from the film, and this is just my take, because that's the thing about Possession. It's one of these films that a lot of people say no one has been able to figure this movie out. It's really what you bring to it that kind of
Sure.
your unique take on it
Yeah.
is valid. Every take on this movie is valid, and I like that. That makes it more unanswerable than something like 2001. Because
I've
2001
seen
had
some deep dives on the Possession movie, and it is there's a lot to debate there of what exactly is going on. There's a lot more that's implicit in some of the actors' movements in that film uh, that beg questions. Uh,
yeah,
like the second time that the husband meets with what's that guy's name? The one the wife's screwing.
it's like Hans or something. His name
Hans
is
or something, yeah.
yeah.
He the way he is acting during that second meeting is so weird.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh,
You know, he's like flailing about the walls and all that. Yeah,
yeah.
I
He's
love that
apparently
character.
like drunk.
Heinrich, his name
Heinrich,
is.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, he's a
yeah,
great character.
yeah.
I
He did a
know,
great job.
but
For whatever reason, you have I identify with Sam Neill's character in that I've been through the divorce and all that stuff, so I can identify with him, and I just take the monster as a representation of this like a physical manifestation of sin itself, or it's their creation. It's their creation as like their child is, and
right.
they
So
create
they're so
new.
like what you so like her having marital affairs and his domestic violence, because he's quite violent towards her in that film,
Oh
right?
yeah, oh yeah,
And
it's brutal. They,
she is like a self-admitted sort of harlot. You know, she pretty much admits that to
oh
his
yeah,
face,
yeah.
right?
She
So
tells him.
so you think that the creature itself is a manifestation of all their sins, right?
I would say it has something to do specifically with their relationship. It has to do. It's something that they have generated together, and it's a child. It's I believe it's not necessarily their child, but it's their creation, and it's it's eventually it turns into Mark.
Yeah, it
That's that.
possesses him.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
and not only that, everybody seems possessed in that damn movie. Everybody's possessed in Possession. It seems everyone has some sort of weird at some point, like the underground scene where she's carrying her bags home. That is one of the craziest scenes I've ever seen in my life. Where she's, it's one thing she's just careening around, screaming at the top of her lungs, but and throwing shit around. Yeah,
yeah,
but
it's
then
ferocious.
yeah. Oh, well, and then when she gets done with that, she starts oozing just blood and
No, there's
white stuff, right?
which kind of is reminiscent of all the slime that's on the floor when the creature's lying on the bed earlier in the film. I
Well, that's
noticed
a good
that.
point. That's a good point.
I don't know. It's really strange.
Well,
But
I have a feeling it's a very artsy movie, it's very left to interpretation. I'm sure there is no exact way to interpret it, It's all
but
up
I
to the
love it for that.
viewers.
I love it for that. And I'm gonna be quizzing that movie forever. And to be honest, that particular moment that you're talking about, where she's having that massive breakdown,
Yeah.
it really shook me. it really made me think of all the hurtful things that I've done. Like, because I could kind of see like an ex from a long time ago feeling this way because of the pain that I've caused. And I don't know, I don't know if it was like the guilt or just the remorse that I felt for this person. I felt was manifested in that scene.
Yeah, she really does. She really does kind of break your heart. Like she's obviously been through hell. She's channeling something from her own
Yeah,
life to get that done. I think.
right. And I don't think in my whole life I've ever seen a performance like that. And you know, we champion these great actors like Marlon Brando or who have you. I'm sorry, Isabella Gianni took them to school right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just pure
The
raw emotion.
physical acting alone. I mean, well, she doesn't have any lines during that time, but she does vocalize so much. But
But
it's her
that's pure cinema.
physical.
That is without dialogue. That is pure cinema, right? Because
Yeah.
cinema is it's a visual medium. The you know the invention of sound uh, really kneecapped cinema at a time when it was getting really interesting,
Yeah.
right?
Sound is
The
integral.
yeah, but yeah, Possession's an absolute masterpiece. I think it.
Yeah.
You could honestly sit here and talk about it forever, and you'll still
I
not get to the bottom
agree.
of it.
I agree. I love Possession. Excellent movie. Definite recommendation for everyone in the world. If you
Do
ain't
you
seen
have it in your
Possession,
collection? Do you
I
have it?
do. I have a real nice edition of it. Do you want me to grab it or no?
No, you're
I love
fine.
showing off my shit, man. I don't know, but it's
Yeah,
pretty
well,
great. It's a one of a kind. I don't know who the hell released it, but it's a nice edition, and has a book and all that jack. It's almost a Criterion release, but it's not theirs. Really cool.
it's just
Uh,
incredible. I actually had a nightmare the night that I watched it. Strangely,
really,
yeah. You're talking
it's a
about
freaky
Freddy
movie.
Krueger. Yeah, it really got under my skin, and when I kept digging to find more information about it, the more and more I just kind of got more absorbed by it. It's really
Yeah,
weird. I love it. That I would say it's one of the best weird films for me. But
it
what
is
actors
great.
would moving on a bit? What actors would you say are best suited to starring in weird films and why?
Uh, well, there's I hate to say it, but I do like Johnny Depp as a weirdo. In Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, he was great.
Yeah,
Um, I
back country.
also um, uh, I don't know if it's actors, but directors. John Waters is a weirdo, and is that the question? Which actors are weird, or
Yeah. Which actors are best suited at weird
well,
roles?
well, there's some that are underutilized, like Michael St. Michael's. Have you heard of him?
Michael St. Michael's. I don't recognize the name.
I think that's his name, at least. I believe he was the lead in the movie The Greasy Strangler.
Well, I haven't seen that. My uncle keeps
No,
telling me to check it out.
it's pretty good. It's a horror comedy, but it's not very horrific, but it's hilarious, and it has some great effects. A lot of goo and a lot of goop and a lot of guts and gore. It's fun, and it's
Cool.
totally hilarious.
All right.
And you'll learn some new catchphrases too. You'll love it, I
Like
think.
what? Maybe
Bullshit
one.
artist. Bullshit artist.
Well, what one that is, for me. I mean, and if Curly Girl's still around, Nicolas Cage, right? I
Oh,
mean,
that's a good point, man. He is a real chameleon.
especially one of my favorites, Wild at Heart, right? This is a
Yeah.
snakeskin jacket. a symbol of my individual freedom or whatever. That was brilliant. I remember seeing it when he's at the metal gig. He's like, brrr, and then he
Yeah.
starts singing Elvis and stuff. Whoa, badass, man! And he pure
Nick
smashes the
Cage
glass.
rules.
I love Wild at Heart. I used to watch that a lot actually. And the same actor is in the same film as well. Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe. He
He
suits
is
weird
pretty.
films.
He is something else. I've liked. I've liked most of the movies I've seen him in, anywhere from Boondock Saints to Antichrist. He's pretty much great in everything he does. I like him.
Yeah,
He's a little weird looking, but you got to give that to him.
I've always loved Nicolas Cage from growing up from a young age. I think the first film that I ever saw him in was Peggy Sue Got Married with Kathleen Turner,
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
I remember
Moonstruck,
that. I remember
Raising
that movie.
Arizona, Raising Arizona.
Love that film.
And it's weird because that was the thing. He was more chameleon like in his earlier films. He kind of disappeared into the role a bit more.
Yeah.
I felt, and then when he started doing the Don Simpson, Bruckheimer movies, The Rock, and stuff like that, and Con Air, I
Uh-huh.
know that a lot. I know that he got some stuff. He got some heat off of Sean Penn, of all people. He was like, "What are you doing those types of movies?" Because at the time, Nicolas Cage was an indie actor. He showed up in indie films. And there's so many that I love. Like I said, Wild at Heart, Red Rock West, love that movie. I have a real soft spot for Honeymoon in Vegas as well. And
Okay.
the other one he did with Bridget Fonda. I went to see that in the pictures twice actually. It Could Happen to You. I love that movie, right?
Uh,
And
okay.
he could do dark, sweet. He was just so versatile.
Oh
And then,
yeah, he's a great actor, man.
and I'll
Got
be
it
perfectly
all.
honest, when he ended up in financial difficulty with all this crazy spending and started doing all these straight to DVD films, I was really
Yeah.
heartbroken. I was more heartbroken about Nicolas Cage doing that than Bruce Willis,
Huh.
to be honest. Because Bruce Willis is a good actor, but he's not Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage is a great actor. Leaving Las Vegas, I mean, what a performance, right?
Yes.
But then
Yes.
when he shows up in stuff like Pay the Ghost or, name a bunch of other ones that you probably get in a box pretty soon.
Mandy. No,
No,
I
man,
don't
I've
know.
not seen.
There's all
I've heard
kinds of
Mandy's.
Ghost Rider.
I've heard that Mandy's a great one though.
Yeah, I
And
love it. Some people
but
don't
that's
like it. I think it's great.
But that's the thing. I mean, Carly Girl will testify to this that when Nicolas Cage has a good film out these days, we all know about it. It's like, oh yeah, there's a whole stack of DVDs with Nicolas Cage's name on it. But then there's
Yeah.
this one movie that comes out, like Mandy or Color Out of Space, or the recent one, the one I always forget the name, something Talent, which I
Oh
saw actually.
yeah.
That was funny. That was
Massive.
very funny. Massive
I
Talent.
I haven't seen that one, but I probably will peruse it soon. I love Nick Cage. I'll watch all his movies. Willy's Wonderland, Pig. I don't give a damn. I'll watch it all. He's a great guy.
There's one that's
Uh,
meant to be amazing, like his performance in it, and I've still not seen it. Joe, it's called Joe. Came out maybe 10 years ago or something like that.
I'm
Heard
not
that's
familiar
great.
with that one.
And but yeah, he's great in weird movies. He's great playing weird characters, really outrageous.
Let me tell you, man. I agree with you, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I got a great idea. I had thought. I thought of one of my favorite new actors. He's not as big name as Nick Cage, but he is awesome. And I have to get this word out there. Have you ever heard of Joshua Burge?
No, I
Okay,
haven't.
he is an actor, and he's been in a few films recently. He is the kind of the mainstay of Joel Petrikis films. The director Joel Petrikis. Never heard of him?
No. Name a couple of his movies.
Uh, he made The Alchemist Cookbook and Buzzard and Ape. They're more amateur films, I guess. So I
All right.
probably am.
Okay.
But he is kind of successful in the amateur film circuit. He's gotten a lot of attention at film festivals and whatnot. Um, Joshua Burge is awesome, though. I think he does a great job. I would watch. I would watch some Joel Petrakis movies, ladies and gentlemen. And Terrence, you should check out Joel Petrakis films. They're great. I
Okay.
have a little director spotlight video from back a couple years ago about Joel Petrakis, man. If you want to just
Yeah.
see what it's all about.
I'll give it a watch tomorrow. I promise. What makes weird films so satisfying to watch?
Well, there's something about, you kind of feel like you're watching something naughty. You feel like you're in
Why don't you
you're
just
in
watch something? Why don't you just watch something naughty?
yeah. I don't know. There's something you feel like you're part of the cool kids club once you watch, your crazy movies. It's the next best thing, It's what's cool. I think I think that has a lot to do with it. Some people, I think it's good to see weird ideas so that way you seem normal in comparison as well. It's good. It's good to see someone else's twisted thoughts on films, so that way you don't feel so bad about what you thought of when you woke up this morning, or what you were
Yeah,
dreaming about the night before.
yeah,
It's
I
good.
get that. You do it. There we go. Cause weird is fun. Laugh out loud. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I would
right,
say that
Curly.
it's for me. It's I like to think about the process of them making this film. Like thinking of Ex Drummer earlier on, I just
Yeah,
can't imagine what it must have been like to sort of shoot a scene in that film and
right.
discuss it with the actors. That would to me that would be as weird as watching it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Think about these crazy ass films that Curly goes through, and you are frequently reviewing and stuff like that. And you
sure.
think about the actual filmmaking process, that must have been just as wild,
Oh,
right?
sure.
You
Oh, yeah. It
know,
had to have been. It had to
and
have been an experience for all to, it had been pretty insane, especially ex
but
drummer with
yeah,
some of the
I
stuff in
mean
there.
the but what I like about watching them as well is the just the complete and utter escapist quality to them, right? Because in the
Yeah,
sense that you watch a film like any generic Hollywood movie where it's got the
yeah,
3 act structure, it's got the turning point, it's got the mirror character, it's got the black best friend, all that
right,
crap, right? Just bores
right.
you to tears. And as soon as they
Yeah,
spew out these cliched lines, your eyes roll. But with a weird film like Possession or Mandy, I assume, or anything really
yeah,
downright just crazy, you don't
yeah.
know what to expect. You don't know what to
Good point.
expect. And I like the unexpected.
I guess
Hi,
that's the root
Kat.
of all
Hi, Karen.
horror.
Give us a thumbs up.
Karen, hello.
Everything's good. Now you're here. Thanks for joining us.
Now the
And
party can't begin. We're all ready to
exactly.
party.
Yeah.
There was a movie I wanted to make mention of, talking of weird movies.
Hi, Joel. Give
Uh,
us a thumbs up, mate.
Hi, Joel. Well, the weirdest, what I don't know, one of the weirdest movies I've seen recently. Um, Gosh, I am drawing a blank. I had it just a minute ago, and then the chat threw me for a loop. You knocked me off my perch, guys. I have no idea where I'm at. My
Well, we
train
were
of
we were
thought.
we were talking about how the weird films don't follow the norms, this three-act structure, the cliches, this tropes that
Yeah,
you could.
it takes you out of your comfort zone, you know?
Yeah, I like that. I
Plops you
like to
into
be.
a weird world.
I like films to challenge me. Not
Yeah,
all the time. Not all the time, right? I do like dumb comedies and and
who
predictable
doesn't?
stories as well, right? But
Yeah,
mainly, I like to be challenged. I like to be surprised. I love surprises, right? Weirdly, I used to not be. I used to not be that mad for surprises. By the way, any of you guys in the chat, if you feel you've all got the blue jacket on, so feel free to drop your link if you need to, so that other people can connect with you. Feel free
yeah.
to do
Connect
that.
in the chat, make
All got
friends. You know.
you've all got the blue jacket on, so I don't get any trouble for that because
Hey,
apparently YouTube don't
Terrence.
like apparently they don't like numbers to appear in the chat for some reason. Like we're all gambling here, right? Yeah,
Hey,
strange. Learned all this nonsense, but yeah, I love.
Terrence. Have you ever seen the movie Moebius or Mobius?
No, I've
Have
heard
you
the
heard of it?
name.
It's pretty new. I mean, well, last couple years. I know Curly Girl's seen Mobius. I think, at least. I think she did a review on it. Are you familiar with? I don't want to spoil it, but I want you
She's
to.
done
You got
like
to
nearly
check out that movie.
She's done like something like 600 reviews, right? And that's not the amount of movies she's reviewed, right? It's
Yes,
honestly, I need a brain like a calculator to keep up with what she's reviewed, man.
I know.
It's just that
She's
movie is
she's
wild.
a machine. She keeps pumping out those reviews. Let me tell you, and they're hilarious and great. Every one of them. I think.
Yeah,
No
I
kidding.
agree. I agree. And
And
she's
you
on it.
too, Karen. You
Yeah,
gals rock.
Mobius, right? I'll check out your review of that. I probably have seen it. It's just hard to keep track of
It's
all of
hard
them.
not to spoil that film, but I feel
But
like I want to just spoil it, but I don't want to ruin anyone's time, man. It's it's such a good movie. So little dialogue and so meaningful. There's no dialogue, but there's so much said between characters in moments of silence. I don't know how exactly they made that possible, but it's
are
for
you are
real.
you meaning cringy when you're saying clingy? Is that cringy to watch for men? Mobius.
Cringy? Yes. You're definitely going to feel a little uncomfortable during particular scene, let's say.
All right.
It gets
Somebody
a
gets
little harsh.
somebody gets their junk taken off.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Well,
always come.
I suppose that's
Always,
not a spoiler. It happens very early in the movie.
that doesn't bother me weirdly. I don't get really upset when people
This
get
this
castrated in
one
films unless
this
it's
one
really.
will bother you. It's really it's the I'm telling you, man, the way that the actors did their jobs and the way it's directed,
Okay.
it plays with your emotions and your expectations, and you know exactly what each character is thinking, and you know their motivations. It's just it's a real it's an excellent movie, but weird, and you feel such emotion during the runtime. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay.
You're taking on a wild ride. I like it though. It's a good film. Recommended.
I'm not even a guy. Oh, news flash. But it bothered me. Laugh out loud.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the way it's acted, and I if you haven't seen it, watch it tonight, man. But check it out. It's a must see.
I know that's.
You already got enough movies to watch. I'm sorry. I just keep loading more
No,
on there.
I know. I see. I just watched that film, Mad God, tonight on Shudder,
Yeah,
and it was disappointing. It was quite a drag, actually, for a film that took 30 years to make. It felt like an animated short that was dragged on for a feature length. That's just my
that's such a
opinion.
shame. That's a
Yeah,
shame,
that's just
man.
my opinion, and I felt some of the imagery was very contrived. You ever remember a video game from the 90s called Abe's Odyssey?
No, sir. No, I don't.
No, Abe's Odyssey was a brilliant game where you got this little alien character that could like link with people and stuff. The design of that video game looked like this movie.
Okay.
I thought of Abe's Odyssey all the way throughout it, but I was bored. I was really bored, which is a shame.
Huh.
But that's my quick take on that. Let's see if I've got
I,
any other. Let's see if we've got any other weird questions for you.
yeah, any questions from the chat? What? You guys got any questions for us this evening? Please
Yeah.
question us. You can even ask me personal questions. I don't know about what Terrence thinks on that. He doesn't want personal questions. But you can ask me anything you want.
We're really
You
kind
will
of
not
exhausting
offend me.
these really quickly. Oh no. I always think that these ones are going to last, but here are there. Oh, here we go. There's those things again. Are there any weird movies that you have been offended by, and why?
Well,
Where's that?
that's a difficult question to answer. I got a little offended by Boy Meets Girl. I don't know what it was.
That's the French
It's
film, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I thought it was made in the UK, but it could be French. It's English spoken.
Is it?
Uh,
Okay.
it I don't know. It turns the rape and revenge on its side, and it really made me feel bad about being a man. I felt like I wasn't welcome in the world after that movie.
Okay.
But
Why is that? Is this what is it? So is it a man raping a woman? Is that what
no,
happens?
I think what it is some guy gets like catfished or something, and he thinks he's gonna go and make it with a girl, and he gets kidnapped and tortured, and I believe eventually murdered. But
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that. I should not
no,
laugh at
it's
that.
no. I don't really. It's not a very good movie, so it shouldn't have offended me because it wasn't very well put together. But it just felt. I don't know. I didn't feel welcome after that. I did not feel. I thought that the movie maker hated me. I
Have
got
you?
the direct impression
The movie maker hated you? Oh, that's cool.
for being a man in general. I felt like I was being singled out. Like I felt like that was the message of the movie. Like all men are bad.
Oh,
That offended me, and it was a weird movie. I don't get offended very easily though, and I
no,
know some people like that film, but I just didn't. I didn't
I don't
like it.
know. Try to think of a weird film that offended me. Not, not necessarily, to be honest. There was one that just turned my stomach, and that was Kuzo. Have you seen Kuzo?
Kuzo? No,
Is it
I've seen
Kuzo?
Cujo. I've seen
No,
Cujo.
no. It's like a kind of arty, farty film. Well, it's really farty. It's on Shudder. It's a really weird movie about just vulgarity. It's really toilet humor kind of based. It's all bodily function stuff,
Oh, that's
right?
right up my alley. Well,
Some of it I found kind of funny. There was a scene in it where it was almost like these little short stories where they all were weird and they were all about bodily functions. There was story with a little guy who climbs into a giant butthole, and there was a part that I found really funny where they had George Clinton, right? The God, what? Well, he's not the Godfather of funk, is he? Yeah, he probably is the Godfather of funk, right? He's
Sure.
he's playing this doctor in a clinic, right? Where
Okay.
this guy is going to get over his fear of women's breasts. He has a fear of women's breasts,
Fear.
and fear. Afraid
Okay.
of women's. He's afraid of women's breasts, right?
Okay.
So he goes to this clinic where George Clinton, as the doctor, is going to take a massive dump on him, right? It's going to take a massive dump on him, and this almost like shit monster comes out of his ass. Right? That's what happens in the scene. But what made it so funny was the actor who has this phobia, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. He was
Okay.
really good. He was a really good convincing. You believe this man was afraid of boobies. You really do. Because when he goes into the clinic, right, they have this nurse walk in and she's got like a healthy cleavage, right? And he's like, "Oh, you tricked me! You tricked me! You never told me there's going to be a woman with boobs in here, right?" he acted exactly the way I would if I saw a tarantula. Somebody was like, "There's a tarantula." That had me in stick. But the rest of the film was just, oh God, it was just stomach turning, right?
Really?
It was all boogers and bleh, and saliva and gunge. It was just so off-putting, right? I wouldn't say I was offended by it, but I was definitely disgusted.
More disgusted.
Right?
Well, one weird movie that disgusted me was Taxidermia. You ever heard of that? I know Curly did a review on that one.
Saw Curly's review of that. That was like an Oscar-nominated movie, was it not? Like the best foreign film category.
I think so. It's possible. I don't know what the category was for. Was it just foreign film? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't follow that.
Hi Andrew, how you doing? Give us a thumbs up. Her review of it was funny. Was very funny actually.
Yeah.
It made me want to see the movie
because I was the one who recommended it to her, and I felt like I set her on a bad path or something because she didn't really like it. Sorry, Curly, for the bad recommendation.
I thought it was a perfect recommendation for her, man. It was a total.
I thought it's weird. She might like it. She likes weird movies. I
think she got a lot of value out of it from the review I recall. Anyway,
I definitely loved the review. It was cool. I'm just amazed that you watched it. Speaking of Joel Petrikis, I have to ask Curly, has she's watched Alchemist Cookbook yet?
Well, there we go. Andrew Ochiha is, you want to know a really weird movie? Guess what? The Human Centipede. Laugh out loud. Yeah.
That is a weird one.
That one is haunting us like stink on a skunk, that one, isn't it? You've not seen that one you mentioned?
No,
not yet.
I understand. Lots of stuff to do, so little time.
Tusk. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna watch that and eat. What was it? Anchovies? No, wasn't anchovies. Don't like anchovies. Sardines. Yeah, that's right. Nice big tin of sardines and a Tusk BD. That's what I'm gonna do. Ha disgusting. Human Centipede. Yeah, I know. I've only seen the first one and I was kind of bored by it. Mackerel. Yeah, mackerel. Why mackerel? Is it? I take it there's something in it that looks fishy and it just gonna. Or was that what you were eating at the time? You were right. I have to call Wayne on that. Mackerel. I like mackerel.
I can't say I've ever eaten a mackerel.
Tusk is weird. I know, and it's. Oh, I'm jumping back again. Is Kevin Smith in it? I mean, of all people.
No.
Somebody eats it in the movie. All right, and I know you don't like sloppy eaters. I bet Ross, it's all bleh, it's all pure
Oh,
sliming down her face. Yeah, no.
the Joel Petrakis movies may not be you for you then, because there are a lot of sloppy eating scenes in Buzzard and Wow, and what's the other one? Oh God, Alchemist Cookbook. There's a lot of I don't know if it's something with the director, but he has people eat food like an entire bag of Doritos all at once, or um, chug an entire thing of Mountain Dew,
Oh yeah,
or, or you,
I've seen 10 to Midnight with Charles Bronson. Serial killer kills women while stripped naked. Yeah, that's right. He runs around in the nip while he's I know. He's not the most
that's kind of
inconspicuous
weird.
serial killer. He's kind of weird.
Nope,
But
it's a little weird,
see,
man.
talking about disgusting, right? I have a thing about runny eggs. I don't know what it is, right? I'm a bit of a
Yeah,
weirdo. Well, I mean, it's as the video suggests, right? But whenever I go to like a cafe, right, where they cook
yeah.
eggs, I always ask them to just cook the shit out of that egg. Just cook the shit right out of that egg, right? I want it to look like cardboard when I get it,
So
right?
that way
And
there's no moisture left, hey? No
yeah,
runny
yeah,
egg.
yeah. I don't have a thing about runny eggs, and they always ignore me. They just do it their way. They always have it because if they put it on a little roll or something and I bite into it, it just runs right down my arm, right? And it annoys the hell out of me, right? Um, but in that film, have you ever seen Whitney and I with Richard E. Grant? It's a
No.
classic British comedy film, right from the 80s. Brilliant. It is
Okay.
absolute. You need to see this movie. It's brilliant. And
Okay.
there's a bit in it where this old lady bites into a sandwich with a runny egg, and
Yeah.
honestly, that trumps a lot of things for me in any
Is it
movie.
pretty nasty?
Yeah, I can watch Driller Killer no problem, but that, oh, no thanks.
Oh man.
And I know when the
Yeah.
part's coming up, so I'm like, right, okay, look away.
Hey.
Runny.
Oh, I thought of a real disgusting movie, so to speak, or it gets disgusting at one point. Sweet movie.
Oh
You
yeah,
familiar?
I think you did a rundown of some of your DVDs, and that was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that not pornographic though?
No. It's not pornographic. There is some nudity, but it's not a porno. It's a story. There is if there is any sex in it, it's only simulated, but it's not a porno.
Right.
It's just a
Canadian
weird ass movie.
Canadian film, isn't it? Sweet movie.
It has a strange pedigree. I cannot recall exactly, but it is weird how this movie was produced, where it comes from. Very odd movie. It's probably was a Canadian production, but I believe that there was also some involvement from Yugoslavia.
Cool. It's the 70s as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember reading about it one time. I think it was banned here. Everything's banned here. What was it? The
That's
but I remember you had it on one of your DVD.
yeah,
It was it may have been Criterion collection,
Criterion. Yeah.
right?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
sir.
I
It's worth a watch. It's a strange movie, but a little bit of performance art from, gosh, what's that guy's name? Otto Mule? Is it Otto Mule? I think it's Otto Mule. He was this uh, physical performance artist that he does some nasty stuff in that film. But we're here to talk about weird movies. I keep getting off
You
on
could go off
this
topic. You can go off
disgusting
topic.
tangent.
You're in charge, man. You can change the script anytime you wish.
Oh, right on.
I've even got some backup questions that I had for BAQ the other night. just in case, because these ones we are blazing right through them. Like,
let's do another one, man. Why not? All the more the merrier.
right?
Unless
Well,
you don't want to move on just yet. If you want me to
continue. Anything you want to ask me? Anything at all related to movies, of course, and.
Oh yeah. Well, and when it comes to uh, stranger films, I can't say that I have a lot of them, but have you ever really ventured into the mixtape territory?
Don't know what that is.
No. You ever heard of there's a certain it's a phenomenon where people will produce movies that are full of other movies and other scenes from various things, from pornos to
Like mixtape. You said mixtape, yeah. A friend of mine, I'm quite partial to making a little mixtape myself, right?
Yeah.
And that comes from a friend of mine called Zombie. I'll need to show you some of the mixtapes he's done. They're hilarious. He did this one about 10 years ago called Extrophobia. Now, you've heard of Extro, speaking of weird movies. That is a pretty weird movie. He loves that film. He absolutely adores that film, right? So he decided to make this feature-length mixtape that I can get you a copy of it at some point.
Okay.
And it's all the Alien rip-offs, not Alien the film, but all the rip-offs.
Okay.
All sort of stitched together with rock music and what have you, just to kind of illustrate how much Alien got ripped off by Italian filmmakers and what have you all through the 80s and stuff like that.
That sounds interesting.
It's quite funny, right? The amount of Alien rip-offs that came out.
Oh yeah,
and that was. So he coined this phrase extrophobia, which is a fear of rubber aliens. that's what it stands for. So he made that, and he made a bunch of other ones that were really, really good fun. It was just sewn together B movies and stuff like that. And I got inspired by that and made my own mixtapes. And like the recent ones that I've put up there, like horror mixes and stuff, that comes from him. I don't have an original bone in my body. I just,
don't say that.
I steal from the best. I steal from the best, right?
I believe that's part of human nature is mimicry, and we monkey see, monkey do. We can't help but be inspired by our peers and our surroundings and especially the people we look up to. As our idols.
Yeah, and it's good. But one have you ever seen a weird film on the big screen?
Yeah, let's see. That's probably not, because a lot of it has just been in my living room, man.
Right.
Just I happen to get it on through Amazon or Diabolique or whatever, or just had my buddy download it and put it on a disc, send it to me. I've not seen. Well, I've seen weird movies, but nothing extreme. I mean, the weirdest movie I ever saw in a theater, though. Oh, that's hard to say. They're all pretty randomly. They're all pretty regular when you go to the theater. You don't get a lot of weird. You're not going to see a lot of my favorite weird movies at the theater.
You could allow me to interject. A friend of mine, his name's Thomas. He lives in the Philippines now. He was my confidant when it came to movies, right? And I miss him dearly. He met his parents had both died within a year of each other, and he met this woman through playing chess online. Just playing chess online. Fun. Yeah, and now they're married. They're married. They live in the Philippines and they've got a kid together, right?
Oh,
and he got teased. Nice. He got teased for a wee while. Oh, hi BAQ. Give us a thumbs up. So good to see you.
Hi, Queen.
How you doing? Great to see you. And
Do you have any questions for us, or any weird
yeah,
movies you want to share?
but before she does, right? So he lives in the Philippines now, and we don't really talk anymore. And I miss him dearly. But while he was still here in Glasgow, he talked me into going to the GFT, the Glasgow Film Theatre, right, which is a great cinema that we have here. And
Okay.
they were showing a double bill of Salvador Dali, right?
Oh,
Unshun Andalou and Last
yeah.
Door, both of them,
Whoa,
right?
weird.
Original, surrealist movies, right? And they're both
Yeah.
on YouTube. Incredible. Curly, if you've not seen Unshun Andalou, you're gonna love this. Honestly, it is. It will definitely push your weird buttons big time,
Yeah. It
right?
is a
And I
weird movie.
saw that in the cinema. I mean, it's from the 20s, right? And it's
Yeah.
a silent French film, just bizarre and intentionally bizarre. It's surrealist. Salvador Dali, right? The guy was a legendary surrealist artist,
Oh, yeah.
right? And this
It was a
movie
big deal.
really, absolutely, and funnily enough, one of his original paintings is here in Glasgow. The Christ the Redeemer, is it? No, no, Christ the Redeemer is the one in Brazil, isn't it? Yeah, the one where Jesus is like crucified and his head is hanging down like this. It was done by
Okay.
Salvador Dali. We have the original here in Glasgow. It's been here for decades. Uh,
Interesting.
but that movie, it was absolutely hilarious. Yeah, it's the one with the I use a picture of it in my thumbnail where the eyeball is being slit, the black and white one. It is ridiculous, and when the guy is pulling like the dead donkeys, right? He's like trying to reach this
Oh,
woman, and
yeah.
he's got these dead donkeys. And he's like pulling.
Yeah.
Right? It's like whoa. And Salvador Dali makes a cameo in that appearance because him and this other guy are dressed as bishops or whatever, lying on the floor, getting dragged across the floor.
Yeah.
Outrageous, outrageous. But I wrote down a list of crazy films. Zardoz. Have you ever seen Zardoz with Sean Connery?
I know, but I've seen a review on it and it looks fucking weird.
It
Uh,
really is. It
it's a
is.
strange film. I haven't seen it, but I've seen a review and it's hilarious. The review
Yeah, it is.
looks insane.
It really is. And it's hard to describe. It's like there's this set in the future where there are these sort of barbarian men on horseback, and Sean
Okay.
Connery is one of them, and he's dressed in this thing that looks like a diaper, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't it like got a? It's like it's got a pouch for his junk, and
yeah,
it comes, but that's all that there is in the lower part. Has like a V shape on the shoulders. Or
yeah.
I'm
I
trying to
know,
remember what it looks like. It's weird as hell.
but they ride around in this land, and they worship this floating stone head god
Yeah.
that spits out guns at them. So they've got
Right.
rifles from this weird god, and he manages to get beyond this god into this other realm where the people who run it are these sort of asexual aristocracy, and he's this red-blooded, you know, sexual beast of a man. It's just
Right.
it is bizarre. Honestly, it'll definitely get your weird factor going. Definitely
Nice.
has the weird factor. Another
Hold
oh,
on. I thought of something. You ever heard of Alejandro Jodorowsky? Or I'm not sure if I'm saying his
yes,
name right. I
El
love his
Topo,
films. He's a weirdo. He,
El Topo.
yeah, El Topo and Santa Sangre. Love those films. And The Holy Mountain.
Yeah, I wrote
He's
them
in a
down
lot of his
actually
own films.
because I spoke to Curly Girl in the comments a while back about El Topo, and she sort of talked me out of it because apparently a woman in the film is actually assaulted for real in the process of
Like
making that film. Do you know
what?
anything about that?
I didn't know that.
El
I believe
Topo?
you. I just had no idea.
No, it was Curly Girl that brought that up many moons ago. But
Really?
yeah, because I think I suggested it
Yikes.
to her. I've never seen El Topo, but I hear it's weird as hell. And I think she was saying, I don't think I'll touch that, to be honest, because of that. Slither.
I did not know. I did not know that, but I trust in Curly.
Yeah,
What's that? What is the chat saying, Terrence? What are they saying to
well,
us?
BAQ is saying that Slither was weird. That's the one with the uh, little squid-like things that go up people's bits and
Oh,
kind of reminded. It looked. I haven't seen it all. I think I was drunk when I watched it many years ago, and on DVD, so I didn't catch it properly. It reminded me of Shivers with David
oh
Cronenberg.
yeah, yeah.
Oh. Hi, Omaya girls, give us a thumbs up.
I'll have to check that one out, Queen. I'm familiar with it, but I've never seen it.
But yeah, allegedly, but yeah. I think allegedly is enough for me. That's what really puts me off Last Tango in Paris as well. A movie my brother loves, right? He loves Last Tango in Paris. But when you read about the making of that film, I'm like,
Oh, the
right.
butter scene.
No, just from how they tortured that woman.
Well, the director had
And
Marlon Brando.
Brando.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
had him misuse her with the butter,
that
I
puts
think.
me right off. That don't want anything to do with that. Give us a
Yeah,
thumbs
that's pretty
up.
terrible. That's pretty terrible. You don't you should not abuse your actors in order to produce a better performance, or
Hmm.
you can't, that's not the type of manipulation a director should be.
Yeah, it's called acting, darling. Right? It's,
Right,
it's pretend, right? And
right.
I feel the same way about William Friedkin on the set of the Exorcist, firing off guns to get a reaction from an actor
Yeah, I
is like,
heard there was
you
some
know,
bad stuff happening on that set.
yeah. There's a
They were
shot in it where
kind of
there's a shot.
dishonest too.
Yeah, there's a scene in it where Father Karras is just sitting quietly, and the telephone rings, and he has this reaction like this when the telephone
Yeah,
rings. It was
yeah,
actually
yeah.
a gun being fired off
Oh,
without
is that
without
what?
his knowledge.
That's what. That's what
Yeah,
he was
obviously
reacting to then.
that's not. Yeah, that was what he was reacting to, not a telephone ringing.
Wow.
Right? He wasn't given the director the reaction that he wanted, so kapow, you know,
Wow.
allegedly. You know,
That's
and it's just
extreme.
it's just it's kind of tyrannical behavior, to be honest. Uh, some of the other ones that was really weird. Holy Motors, I love Holy
Yeah,
Motors.
I've heard
Right,
about that.
I was rather inebriated on psychedelics when I saw that for the first time, and I was expecting that. I thought uh, it was my 35th birthday, right, and
Okay.
someone gave me a tab for my 35th birthday, and I sat on it for almost 6 months. I put it in my
Oh,
fridge. Put it in my fridge for like 6 months because that's what you're supposed to do if you want to keep it
right.
good. And it was the
I heard
day.
that too.
It was the day of the Scottish vote for independence. Right? We had a referendum in 2014 to decide whether we wanted to leave the United Kingdom. And I'm not a mad nationalist, Braveheart. I hate Braveheart, but I wanted to get the nuclear weapons out of Scotland because we carry England's nuclear weapons. They're not too far from here, actually. Right?
Huh.
That's a fact. They're not. I could get a train and be there in half an hour to where the nuclear weapons are kept. And
Is that for
also,
strategic purposes?
no, it's just because they're cowardly and they don't want to keep them in their country. But it just means that the Russians attack us, right? And
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, that's
yeah,
not right.
And also because of the decisions that come out of Westminster, I'm against that. Right, I'm against their decisions because they basically we don't really have as much democracy up here because we're outnumbered. The population of Scotland and England is just so vastly different. We are so much smaller. So when it comes to a general election, we have no democracy and say in who's going to be the next prime minister because we're completely and utterly outnumbered. So that annoys me. So it's all to do with that. Is why I would like to leave the United Kingdom. And also in the past couple of years, the decisions they've made, like leaving Europe and during the pandemic, have been absolutely abominable. So that's even heightened my need to do that. Right. So on that day of the referendum, I decided to drop it. Right. And I thought to myself, what will I watch? What will I watch? Well, I've been sitting on this film for ages. Holy Motors, right?
That what a weird combo.
It was
Acid
just
and Holy Motors.
It was just perfect. It was the best film to enjoy in that circumstance because it was kind of almost a silent movie, right? And it was just bonkers. It was absolutely bonkers. And I'd heard about this when it came out in the cinema a few years earlier, and it was a joy, absolute joy to watch. And I got Curly Girl to review it last year as well, and I recall she was quite favourable of it as well. She didn't watch it under the same conditions, I would imagine, right? And that was the whole day was a beautiful day because I was like, this is it. The world is going to change. And the next morning they voted no, and it was a big disappointment. But that day I'll remember forever. But ever heard of Teeth? Yeah, yes, that's the one with them. That's the one that makes men cross their legs as well. Teeth was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. The vagina dentata or whatever.
Yes. I know.
Yeah, I've seen Teeth. It's hilarious, especially when she bites off a guy's dick with her vagina teeth. It's absolutely hilarious. The faces she makes at the guys and the sounds they make, like, oh, it's just hilarious, man.
Has never seen it, Andrew? Never seen it. Okay. I know. I remember that coming out in the pictures as well. It looked good. I mean, it was kind of funny. I mean, that doesn't bother me in movies, and especially that's so ridiculous, right? I mean, how can it honestly be offended by that? That just sounds like a laugh riot to me. That movie.
It is.
You know. So does she?
Yeah, it's not scary.
So does it actually like chew? Does it chew tobacco? Ding.
I don't know. Well, I don't know that they show it ever. But of course. It does, in fact, have a mouth or have teeth. It's weird.
I remember hearing once there was like a Blue movie where there was like a talking thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the devil's in there, right? And the devil's like, possessed it.
It was like Chatterbox, I think it was called.
Yeah, that sounds like a weird ride. Chatterbox. That's awesome. Hey.
One
of the biggest mindfuck films for me is Lost Highway.
Oh yeah, I love that. I love how creepy Robert Blake is in it.
Yeah, he scares me.
He's really creepy in that. And
yeah,
it's funny that, he murdered his wife for real.
Yeah.
It's
and freaky, man.
The Peter Hames, who's a famous director, he did Time Cop, Capricorn 1, Busting. He's a legendary film director and cinematographer. The Relic, he directed The Relic.
Okay.
Outland, loads of films, right? He actually said in an interview once that he has the honor of directing two actors uh, who both got away with killing their wives.
Oh wow.
One
Yeah,
one was
that's pretty fucked up.
One was Robert Blake, who he directed in the film Busting, and the other was the film Capricorn One, starring O.J. Simpson.
Oh wow. That's
Yeah,
very weird. Very weird that he. That's kind of a strange alignment. You
yeah,
don't get that every
absolutely.
day.
And I'm surprised we've not mentioned David Cronenberg. I recall growing up with David Cronenberg films, and he was always, besides The Fly. The Fly was probably the first David Cronenberg movie I ever saw, and that's pretty
Yeah,
straight laced. The Fly is a pretty straight movie. Besides the gore, right? The gore
yeah,
and the effects were really outrageous, but
yeah,
the movie's pretty straightforward. And
yeah.
but see, when I saw Videodrome for the first time, that was
Oh yeah.
that
That's
shook that broke my
a
mind. That
weird.
one.
Yeah, that's a weird movie. Uh, the whole videotape and the chest cavity and the strange gun doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Or it's the strange gun from Existence. No, he
No,
pulls the gun
no,
out of his
out of his
chest, doesn't he?
stomach, and
Yeah.
it starts to like mechanically merge with his hand. It's brilliant. I love
Oh wow.
Videodrome, and it's one of those ones with the same with Altered States, where
Yeah.
you have these. It becomes the hallucinations become so vast with these characters that you don't know where they don't know where reality starts and ends, and neither do you. So
Yeah.
by the end of the film, you're as confused as the lead character. That was one. That was one I was disappointed with. Was Altered States, to be honest. I
Okay.
remember being really excited about seeing that one, right, because of its effects. And I know you love your practical effects, right? And that has
Sure,
some
sure.
amazing practical effects. And then what it turns into is just that, okay, this guy's taking this crazy ayahuasca type hallucinogenic drug. He goes into an isolation tank, and then he comes out as as a sort of primitive caveman and
Right.
runs. And it becomes a crazy slasher film where he's running about killing people as a sort of ape man. That annoyed me because I thought it was really talking about the mind and the what hallucinogenic drugs does to the mind and making that into a horror film, and it didn't. It kind of became a kind of silly slasher. If
Yeah,
I recall,
it's a weird one. It's not the best film, but it is kind of offbeat. Not weird
yeah,
in a gray way. It does have its moments, but it's yeah. I own it for the sake of having it, I guess, just so that way I can say yes, I do have it. But um,
the hallucinogenic bits are awesome, but I mean, I
yeah,
think I used they're really incredible, especially
yeah,
for its time. It was like 1980, and it looked amazing. But
sure,
it's just, I just feel that when it becomes this ape man, that is a total cop out. Oh,
yeah,
here's a weird one that I actually loved, right? And it's mainstream as well. Was the film Lucy with Scarlett Johansson?
yeah. I've
I
seen that.
really, you have.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah, that
good.
was enjoyable. The story was a total cop out though, because she became so super intelligent that the ending of the film was completely off the rails. The movie just went straight off the rails, and it did because this person's super intelligent that you're never going to understand the ending to this movie.
Right,
It's
right.
beyond, yeah, which is a total cop out, isn't it? It's like we don't need to give you a satisfactory ending. We just give you an ending that makes no sense whatsoever, and I enjoyed that. And the movie was a hit. It was this is a weird ass movie, and it's
Yeah.
making money at the box office. That gave me some hope. Really enjoyed that.
It is
But
nice to see weird cinema making money, and uh, um, I didn't see that in the theater, but I did see it at home. It was pretty weird, but a
Yeah,
decent flick. Decent
but
flick.
but the yeah, it made. Do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of The Man with the X-ray Eyes, the old Roger Corman film. You ever seen
Okay.
that?
No, I'm not familiar with that one, but
Well, it's just this guy. I don't know how it happens. Maybe some scientific accident or whatever. He starts developing X-ray eyes, so he becomes a bit of a carnival performer. He goes to. I mean, it's the '60s, right? There's no nudity in this film, but the guy, he can see people in the nude at one point. And he's like, "Oh wow, this is great!" And he's dancing and he's like that. And then he becomes a sort of circus performer where he can, if you've got a fractured wrist or something, he can see that, for you, and he can tell you if you've got some sort of illness, right?
oh, okay.
In a carnival, and as the film progresses, he sees his X-ray eyes increase even more to the point where he can't see nothing. He sees through everything. So
Uh,
like Lucy, it's like even though he can see through that table, he can see through your flesh and your clothes, and then eventually he can see through the bones. He can see through everything to the point where he's blind. That's what happens to him. Sorry, spoiler alert for The Man with the X-ray eyes. It's 60 years old or something, but uh, but
that's fine.
I remember some old guy telling me one time that he remembered that film coming out, and everybody was so eager to see it because he could see naked women. There's going to be some naked women in this film. Then the Man with the X-ray eyes, right? It's so funny, and there isn't. I mean, he sees naked people, but you don't see them, right? I think they use that clever Austin Powers way of blocking them out with a plant or something, right?
oh yeah, yeah. Or he can't see through their underwear or their bra. He just sees through their clothes. He
Yeah,
can
and they're
only
all
see.
dressed
I
up
don't
like a
know.
go-go dancer. Like,
Yeah.
there should be a sort of beach blanket bingo type. you know,
yes.
one of my all-time favorites, but it's really dated now, is Barbarella. I love Barbarella. Have you seen Barbarella?
No, but I'm familiar with it. I haven't seen it. I don't. I know Jane Fonda's in it. I believe, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't seen it. It was a little weird.
It's a '60s psychedelic sort of space comedy, right? People consider it porn, weirdly, and the film is not porn, right?
No.
It's goofy nonsense, but the sexual politics in the film are so dated. Because I was going to review it last year, just from my own amusement, and then I decided against it because a lot of the politics in Barbarella is just so dated. She's not, for one thing, she's not a feminist icon. This character, she is one of the dumbest female characters in anything, and she just sort of trips over into every scene. She just makes a complete ass of herself, which is fun. Right? Not all women in films need to be exemplary. And Barbarella, she's a space hero, and she is idiotic. Every single scene, she gets kidnapped, she gets captured, and she just gets out of it by chance, right? So she's
yeah.
really pathetic. She's a bit of a loser, to be honest, right? But
Crazy.
there's this hilarious scene because it's set in the future, and people in the future don't have sex like they do now, right? That's primitive, right? So what they do is they take a pill, right, and they put their hand together like this, put their hand together, and there's a scene in it where she has sex with this guy in this newfangled spacey way. It's quite hilarious, and the music, the style. Oh, I love that '60s kitsch vibe that it's got. The music and
Yeah.
all that, it's just brilliant. I love it, but yeah, it is as a feminist icon. Forget about it. But
Wow.
why can't women be dumb in movies? And I don't mean your slasher cannon fodder. I think it's kind of
Right.
funny to have a lead female character who's as thick as two short planks like Barbarella, and that's probably
Sure.
why they have threatened to remake this film multiple times in the past. I remember Robert Rodriguez was going to do it, with Drew Barrymore was going to play Barbarella at some point, and they'll never get it. They will never get it because it is of that time. It is so dated and cheesy.
Yeah.
And it's where Duran Duran, her name is Rio, got their name from. It's probably
right.
Is the villain in Barbarella is called Dr. Duran Duran.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it's really I love it. Oh, there's so many great weird movies. Have you ever seen Shock Corridor? Shock Corridor?
No, I haven't even heard of
Shock
that one.
Corridor's great. It is what's his name? Sam Fuller. Sam Fuller, great American director, and it's about
I
this
heard
gentleman.
about him.
Yeah,
he directed a movie. He directed a movie where a guy got attacked by a shark, and they kept it in the film. And he wanted his name taken off of it because it was disrespectful to the family. Something like that.
All right.
It was weird, but I'm familiar with Sam Fuller.
Well, Shock Corridor, you would like this. This is a really interesting film. It's about a guy who's a journalist who decides to put himself in a mental institution, right, to investigate what it's like to be in a mental institution for his article. And he goes insane. Being in the mental institution turns him insane, right? And it's a black and white film, but it has some color moments in it, strangely. And it's notable for this black character, this black man who is in prison, who's in the mental institution, and he is a white supremacist, right? He's a black man who dresses as a Klan member and shouts all this racist hatred in the institution. It's really interesting and weird. I love that film. Shock Corridor. Yeah, seen that one time, and so many I've been thinking about today.
You ever heard of Beyond the Black Rainbow by Panos Cosmatos? Same guy who directed Mandy.
You going for a smoke? Yeah.
You have? Oh, sorry, guys. Taking you along with me. Sorry. But at least you get to take a look at the other rooms, the various other rooms.
Yes, the torture chamber.
Yes, sir. That's what I call it. This is where I come out to smoke, the garage, where I keep all my BAM products.
BAM products?
Well,
what's BAM?
Well, BAM is like a company that sends you boxes, and it's a horror movie stuff. Basically, they send you letter size, like signed, autographed pictures from movies and movie posters and whatnot.
Right.
Pretty cool stuff.
See, well, what? Try to think other. Oh yeah, I love Tommy. I saw that at a young age. That's probably one of my early weird movies. Tommy. Tommy doesn't know what day it is. Doesn't know what Jesus Christ all praying is.
I've never seen Tommy.
Oh, come on. Well, Ken Russell. He's a weird one, isn't he? The other, well, we already mentioned Altered States. I've never seen the Devils. I've been meaning to see that.
The Devils is good. What's even better is The Demons by Jess Franco. Talk about a weirdo. Jess Franco, the king of the crotch shot,
crotch shot. It's not something I would like to have on my tombstone. Right? Terence McGuire, the king of the crotch shot. No, nice. I know that's a bit crass.
Yeah. He's famous for it, though, man. He loved showing crotches, I guess. It was his thing. But The Demons is kind of a lower budget take on The Devils, if you will.
You all right? It sounds like it's just cashing in on its name.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Well,
Pretty
you know,
much.
when you said demons, I thought of the Italian Splatterfest from the 80s. I love that film.
Yeah, that's a
That's
good one,
great.
man.
It's got
Yeah.
it's actually got one of my favorite sort of jump cuts where all the people are getting absolutely savaged by the demons in the cinema, right? It's so brutal, and
Yeah, yeah.
then it jumps to those idiots in the car, right? There are, you know, these other characters that are in the car, and they use that song "We Close Our Eyes" by Go West. We close our eyes, we almost play the game, and they're all
Yeah.
like right in this car. And it's such a great moment because it just breaks. It's just a nice little break from the carnage because the
Yeah,
humans is just relentless. You know, I love that film.
it's a
Uh,
good one.
Even though it is kind of mindless, right? It's just yeah, we go to the cinema, we all start turning into demons, and that's it, you know. And
Yeah,
how
that
quick,
qualifies it as a weird film, I would say.
yeah,
It,
yeah, and how quickly do the
Any Italian horror movie is weird as hell. Night Killer, you ever heard of that one? Night Killer by Claudio Fragasso,
no,
guy who brought
no,
us Troll 2, that same
oh,
director.
oh my
Same
god,
director. Yeah. They're eating
yeah.
her.
Who there?
Now they're going to
I'm
eat me.
I'm one of the few people that doesn't like Troll 2. I don't really get
I'm
it.
not I can't say I like it either. I'm streaming right now, Cass.
No.
No.
No. What yeah, here, I'll just go inside.
Tell everyone I said hi.
Everyone, Cassie says hi, by the way. Say hi, Cass.
Aloha.
Hi.
Nice to
Hi.
meet you. That's Terrence. You can't see him right now,
Terrence. He's
Hi,
waving.
Can you see? Sorry about that. The cats are trying to escape. Hold on one second, Terrence. I have to take a bathroom break.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Oh, I know that you enjoy Troll 2. I'm so sorry. Have you seen the documentary about it yet, Carly? I don't know. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's called the worst film, the best worst film or something like that. The documentary is really good. That was what made me want to see the movie. Was the making of it and why it became such a big cult film. There's a there's a there's a really good bit in the documentary where they take the director of Troll 2 to see it with all these sort of ironic fans, all these fans who are just laughing at it in the cinema. And he has one of those sort of moments where he's looking at everybody laughing at his movie. He's laughing. They're all laughing at this screening of Troll 2, and he gets really upset. He's just like,
Yeah, he
what are they doing
does.
laughing at my movie? They shouldn't be laughing, right?
Yeah.
And
He
that,
considered that a legitimate production. He thought that was
yeah. But all the cast, they find all the cast members. The little boy, yeah, it's the little boy that I think that actually made the documentary, if I'm not mistaken. And they're all interesting characters. The dad, he was just a local dentist in the town where they filmed it. They were all just local folk that they hired to star in Troll 2. That
yeah.
documentary was one of the best documentaries about filmmaking that I'd seen actually. But
Best worst movie.
best worst movie, yeah. And
Yeah.
then that made me want to see Troll 2. So I saw Troll 2 and I was like, oh, it isn't as good as when they were talking about it in this movie.
Yeah.
And I guess I was just overhyped for it. But yeah,
Yeah.
please check that out. You'll get a real kick out of it, honestly.
The documentary is better than the movie itself. It's kind of a boring watch, the movie itself, but the
It's
documentary
got
is
some funny
interesting.
bits
It's
though.
funny. Yeah, it is. It's funny to see Claudio Fragasso, the director, get pissed off at the actor panel at that convention. He gets just straight pissed, and he's like flicking them off and telling them they don't know shit, and he's
I
really
know.
offended that they don't they don't consider his movie legitimate, but it's so silly.
Yeah, but you know, if it wasn't so crap, no one would know anything about it, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Yep.
Look, it's one thing to make an exceptionally brilliant film or an exceptionally bad film, but see, to make an average run of the mill movie, you know, that's worse than anything. You know, just this bland piece of, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
that insults me more than Troll 2 or The Room or Plan 9 from Outer Space. Ever heard of
I've,
Death's Day? It's a horror slasher comedy. Yes, I have. It got a sequel as well. Haven't seen them, but I know that Curly Girl has seen them. She's seen everything, right? When it comes to that type of movie, especially when it comes to the more recent fare. Love the concept. This girl keeps dying and gets stuck in this time loop. Yeah, it's Groundhog Day with the slasher vibe. And is it got like a baby face, the killer in Happy Death Day? It's got this like one tooth, kind of like me, baby face.
that's interesting. I haven't seen that one myself.
You haven't seen it?
No, I have seen it on
I,
Netflix and all that, like, but passed it over.
I need
I
to get
couldn't
caught
bring
up with a lot
myself
of
to
these
watch
modern
it.
ones. I so need to. That's what I'm hoping to do for Halloween is get caught up with a lot of modern ones. Hopefully, people give me some modern ones to review. Yes, that's the one. That's The Mask. Just watched the second sequel. That would be Happy Death Day to You.
So, Terrence, what's the bottom line? Is it a for sure that you're not doing 31 days this year, or are you going to do it?
Absolutely not. Absolutely,
Not.
absolutely not.
I know Curly's not, and it seems like more and more people are dropping off of that like flies. Like it's just happening for years. It seems all kinds of folks that were doing it for years are now stopping.
Yeah, it's too much work, man. Right?
Yeah.
It's like torture.
I was thinking maybe just do little reviews, tiny little reviews. You don't have to do a whole
No, I'm just going
10-minute
I
video,
know, I just can't help myself, but I get inspired. My brain just goes, oh, what about this idea? What about that idea? And I can't cut it down. I just get, you know.
Well, you are able to put your thoughts together in such a way that you don't necessarily have to do a lot of editing, I would imagine. That's just from my standpoint. You seem to have it pretty well together. Just like if I were to have to edit your videos, I wouldn't think that I would have much trouble, to be honest with you. I mean, but
well,
I don't know how
you'll be
you work.
surprised. The what do you call it? I do talk a lot, as same as in the comments. I comment a lot, right?
Sure, of course.
I struggle with condensing things, right?
Yeah.
I try not to waffle, but I do struggle with condensing things into short. I'm amazed at how people can put things into such short little nuggets. Whereas when I'm actually shooting a video, I go for like an hour. I talk for about an hour. I talk until the camera runs out of storage space, which is not a lot, and it really pisses me off actually because I can't.
Well, I think that lends a lot to the natural mood of a lot of your reviews, which I think that is one of the best aspects of them, to be personally honest. I think they come off a lot more natural, and I have a hard time with that. Even if I'm not working with a script, it still sounds like I'm reading from a script, no matter what, because
I tried that. I tried that last time. See when I did two reviews recently. What was it? The Ghost and Madhouse. I did them from a script. I thought
okay.
I thought I'd try and be more like Rainbow Fright and work off of a script for a change. But if you notice in those videos, you can see my eyes going all over the place. What I did is I got this laptop, right, and I planted the camera on the laptop, and I had the script right there. I thought I'd create my own teleprompter. I thought I'd create my own teleprompter. It didn't work because you could totally see my eyeballs going like this, Mr. Shifty Eyes, right? And it made it harder in the edit because then when I had to edit, I thought I need to get rid of those shifty eyes. People are going to think I'm crazy or something, which I guess I am. Right? Right? That's a given.
No, you're not
Right?
crazy. You're not crazy, man. You're a
Oh well,
good guy.
got your seal of approval anyway, right?
That's right.
So,
That's right.
so
I wouldn't.
that meant that I'd use more clips. I had to put more clips to cover that up. Right, so that took even more time. So then, when I did Blackenstein, which was the third one I did for BAQ, I went back to the old way of doing it. I was like, nah, I can't do the scripted way. It's too much work for me.
I prefer stream of consciousness, to be honest with you. It comes off. I like when you just kind of go off the cuff, man. When you start talking, that's how I like to do my reviews. If I'm not like free speaking, then I don't feel I'm being genuine with the camera. You know, it's gotta feel conversational.
I like that too, but I like what I like about Rainbow Fright's show is she gets a lot more information put in there, right? And when I jammed with her when we did Suspiria, I did it my way where I did it an hour, right? And sent her all the stuff, and she managed to cut it all down into something listenable, I suppose, right? And but when her part of the video was filled with nuggets of trivia and information and real knowledge, whereas me, it's just like, oh, this is what I felt about this, and this is what I just felt it was meandering in comparison. And I'm not sitting here beating myself up about it, right? It was an experience, but yeah, I really want to emulate that a bit more, put more information in there, a bit more detail. I can
understand. She does a great review. There's no doubt about it. Rainbow Fright is awesome. I love her reviews. I love her nail videos too. I wish that I wish I was allowed to make up my nails because I would probably try to do something like she does. They're cool as hell.
Our recent one on Black Christmas, now I've seen dozens of reviews on Black Christmas, and they're all good, right? Don't get me wrong, but her one was just bursting with information. I was like, because I've watched loads of people's reviews of that movie. I still haven't seen it, but her one was, honestly, it was just choked with information, and I love that about her show. But I'm with you as well. I do like the off-the-cuff, shoot from the hip aspect. We're both fans of Curly Girl at the movies, right? Hands down,
she's a perfect example of how
one of the best content creators on there, because what she does is she brings her personality into it, and also
it's everything. It's everything in the video.
She sucker punches you with a wee wry comment, and it's the what I like is how she sort of humorizes the absurd. Right?
Yeah.
Something in this movie is completely absurd, and she brings the humor out of that. In particular, most recently, Necromantic. I never thought in my life that anyone could take the piss out of Necromantic like she did. Seriously, that film traumatized me as a teenager. Absolutely gutted me. Right?
Well,
and watching her. Watching her take the mick out of it, where she was sitting there talking about this corpse, right, and how like, and it totally made sense now, right? I was sickened by this movie, and she's going, "Hey, look at the state of that corpse, right? Who in their right mind would want to hump that corpse, right?" And it just, and I'm like, duh, yeah. What? Why was I upset about that, right? It was honestly it felt like being in therapy. It felt like Sigmund Freud is sitting there going, yeah, look at the state of that gnarly corpse. Right?
Well, she can eat
cheesy love theme music, right?
She'll eat a meal and watch Necromantic, which is pretty crazy, and it's a good way to test your mettle, it's a good way to, iron up your stomach. And it's definitely a good thing to be able to do, because holding your stomach is important for being a drinker. If you're a drinker, you got to be able to hold your puke. And I honestly, shit fetish movies are the ones that really are hard for me to keep my lunch down. And it's so rough. And there are a lot of them out there too. Apparently, it's not contained to just Japan, but there are some weird movies with a lot of poop in them for some reason, and
I know. What is it?
it's kind of haunting me.
It's like there's not enough shit on screen. We need more shit.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing as well. When you think of that movie Salo, right? I'm never going to watch that in my life, right? But they had to get that poop from somewhere, whether it's real or not. I mean, did they just raid the joke shop? Did they go right? It's like, hey, how come I can't get a plastic turd today? Oh, I don't know. Some Italian guy came in and he bought all the plastic turds. I don't know why. Right?
They might have just used chocolate ice cream. They could have used brownie mix. It could be actual shit. A lot of times there's no substitute like the real thing. That's how it's done in like Christopher Rage movies. I don't know if you heard of that guy.
I don't know, but I take he eats a lot of fiber. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He's a psychopath. He'll sit there doing poppers and eating turds for hours on ends.
Oh,
and they're real. It's real.
That is one of the dumbest scenes in any film, right? And I asked the BAQ this last week about dumb moments in horror films, and this one came to mind where Hannibal, Hannibal with Anthony Hopkins.
I'm familiar with it.
I thought it was a terrible film, to be honest, right? And what it was down to that scene with Gary Oldman, right? Gary Oldman. He's all disfigured because of Hannibal, and he's got this vendetta against him, right? Fair enough. But he has this where he tells how he ended up being disfigured. It was because he went home with Hannibal one night, and Hannibal gave him a popper. He actually says this in the flashback.
Right.
That's such a badly done scene where it's like, would you like a popper?
Oh, wow, like, would I?
Right?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Popper. And then he goes, try peeling off your face with this. Right?
Feeding it to the dogs.
And it's like,
this is a lovely party. What does he say when he's dangling and cut his face off? And
was in this? What was it that made him subjective to peeling off his face? That just seemed.
I've never done a popper, so I can't say, man. Like, I have never done any drug that would have permitted me to remove my face surgically. I have no idea, but apparently poppers are the drug. But I've never done one. I don't know if it can actually help you to cut your own face off, but it will help you through a load of turds. Apparently, that's the Hollywood secret.
Okay, that was a bit more detailed in the book, if I remember correctly. So they probably went into that it wasn't amyl nitrate that he had, because that's what it is, amyl nitrate, right? And I know that
I think so.
I know that gay men, not all of them, right? Because each to their own, everybody's different. But it's quite popular amongst gay men to use amyl nitrate. And the reason for that is it kind of loosens your sphincter.
Is that so?
That's what a gay friend told me many years ago, right?
Well, that makes sense.
He might have been winding me up, but that was what he told me.
Well, no, you're probably right. I watch a lot of Unboxed, Watched, and Reviewed, and he watches a lot of Christopher Rage films, and they're always doing poppers. And for that reason, it loosens the sphincter, I guess, because they do some brutal fisting in those films.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, no kidding.
Is there a Doris Day way? You know, when
No,
I
there's only
got
one way to
a
fist.
little girl.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can't go gently into that fist up the ass. You know, on a side note, just since we're in our second hour, I do you get this on Instagram? And I don't know if this is just something that only I endure, but do you get hit up by scammers on Instagram a lot?
all the time.
Like beautiful women trying to scam you into sending them money for gas or
Don't
for
really used to do that.
wardrobe.
I just instantly blocked them. I just
Well,
instantly blocked them.
I know what you mean, and I'm 100% there with you. I have been practicing a new hobby. It's a way to spend your time. I like to mind game the scammers.
It's a waste of time.
Well, yes, of course, but it's wasting their time, and they don't realize it at the time. They think they're getting you. But there is nothing better than scamming a scammer. Let me tell you, people.
I do it with people that I do it with people that phone the house.
Oh
right?
yeah, oh boy, oh yeah. Of course.
I get these guys that ask me if I've had an accident all the time. They try to sell me accidental insurance and stuff like that, and they're like, "Have you had an accident today? Have you had an accident anytime recently?" I said, "Do you know what? Yes, I have. I had an accident. I just shit my pants." Yeah,
that's awesome.
Like that. You want to come and clean me up?
Well, I've got some zingers, man. Let me tell you, I pulled one out. I'll go for days baiting these scammers up just to, and maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I was I came up with a line today. I can't remember what it was exactly that brought it out, but I was like, okay,
Hi, Martha.
you've convinced
Give us a
me.
thumbs up.
Okay, you've convinced me. I don't need my money anymore. I have too much of it. How do I send it all to you now? What is your Cash App? And they send it to you right away. They're like, oh. And then I take a screenshot of $1,000 going through Cash App, but I don't send it. And I screenshot it and I send it to them and I say, I just gave you $1,000. And they're like, screenshot it. And you send them the screenshot, the fake one. And they say, it hasn't gotten here. And then you send them, you'll be like, well, I sent it to this address. And you change one of the letters. So that way you've technically shown them that you sent it to the wrong address. And they get all pissed off. And you're like, well, somebody's got my $1,000 and you're supposed to have it. What am I going to do now? It's a little bit of a personal thing.
Bad for them now. I feel sorry for them now.
Sorry for them.
I know. I'm such a sap. I'm sorry, but I feel sorry for them.
Well, you got to admit they can't be very good people if they're trying to steal from you. I figure it's fair game. I know,
but the thing is, I firmly believe that what leads to crime is poverty. They're probably massively impoverished. They're probably living in some horrible place where they're put to do these jobs. And they're that close to joining Al-Shabaab or some other terrorist outfit because life is hard for them. I know. I'm just
so
crazy.
So am I a bad man?
No. I think it's fun. I think it's fine, but
now I kind of feel bad. I didn't realize that
Oh no, sorry, Wes. Don't feel bad, right?
I have sympathy for the poor and the people that don't have, and I wish everyone prosperity, but you don't know who you're talking to.
Right. Exactly.
But you're right, though. I shouldn't fuck with them, but I do. It's become a hobby of mine, and I'm getting really good at it.
You must have better things to do. I mean,
I
make some more
honestly
videos.
don't.
Make some more videos. You know, keep us all entertained.
I should make a video of me scamming a scammer.
Exactly. Could go
Now
viral.
that's an idea. You guys will like these because they're going to be funny. It's going to be a lot of screenshots and voiceover, but you'll get it. I think.
You've got the autumn queens in your corner. So Terry, most of
Oh,
these people, are in a room with a big screen monitor trying to scam people. I don't feel bad.
I
So there you
asked them
go.
today. I asked the lady today. Well, she appeared to be a lady, beautiful woman. Apparently, she wanted me to think that. And I asked her. I was like, "So you need me to prove to you that I sent you money, but you don't want to prove to me that you're a real person? How is that? That's not a two-way street. That doesn't make sense, And
Mhm.
uh, I said, I haven't even gotten a nudie pic. And they're like, that means love to you. Naked means love. And I was like, no, no, no. Not at all. Not at all. But it's the same dynamic. Why should I give out money without any return? You should give up some naked pictures without anything in return. And it's not going to be them anyway. It's obviously, like you said, it's some guy in the far stretch of the world in a cubicle trying to scam your money and do it once and run away. And they don't give a damn. And
Yeah, like
I
Hush
don't
Puppy. You ever heard of Hush Puppy?
know. What's that?
There's a guy. He was a scammer, a major scammer from Nigeria. I think he was from Nigeria. He's in jail now. But yeah, he
Okay.
was scamming everybody. Oh, here we go. Speak of the devil. Here comes these
The
twits again.
bots. The frickin' bots.
Yeah.
YouTube needs to clean up its act, man. They need to be able to I'd better identify the spam bots and the fake accounts.
Keep reporting them. That's
Yes.
what I'm doing here.
I personally, my problem with scammers is that they get some people that don't deserve to be scammed. I think that they take advantage of people that are disadvantaged to begin with. They may not be all that smart. They may not be
I hear
all
about it every
that
day.
wealthy.
I work for a cell phone company, right? And I hear about it every day. They have this scam, right? Where the customer gets called up and they say, "Hey, we can save you 40% off of your bill," right? And then what they do is they get enough information. They get enough information from the customer so that they can get access to their account. Because I'm trained to look out for scammers on there as well, right?
Okay.
And so they get access to the account, and then they get the address changed on the account so that they can send out the latest iPhone to this address and steal the phone. That's what they aim to do. So we look out for stuff like that all the time. And, as soon as I get a customer that phones in and says, "Oh, yeah, I got this great deal from you guys. Somebody phoned me up and offered me 40%. I'm like, it's a scam, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a scam, And I get that.
Yeah.
I get that about 10 times a day. So
I get a lot of crazy calls all day from not necessarily scammers, but businesses robocalling, sending out, these electronic messages for you to buy into and whatnot. And I don't like those, but I'd honestly prefer to talk to a person rather than a machine, especially if I'm getting scammed.
No, it's a real shame. It's always the elderly, it's always old people, and they, "Oh, son, I don't know
That's what
nothing
I
about
mean.
computers and all that stuff," and you're like, "Oh no," and it breaks your
That's
heart,
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree. It's wrong that they take advantage of the elderly like that. And there are YouTubers that they do the same thing that I do, except they spend a lot of time to get their content, and they take these guys for a ride. They are the scammers. They should be the scammers because they are the best and they can take these dudes and gals for a ride like you would never believe. And they are so pissed off at them for what they do. Like, it is great to watch a scammer get scammed. I love it.
Back on the subject of movies, right? What would you say? I mentioned what I thought was one of the dumbest things is that bit in Hannibal, right? With the pauper. It's just so badly done.
I'm sorry, I'm just off topic, man.
No, it's fine, but it's just a kind of, it goes nowhere, and the road leads to nowhere.
Yeah.
But the what would you say is the dumbest thing that you've ever seen in a horror film?
The dumbest thing I've ever seen in a horror film.
Yeah.
Well, just because it's already fresh in my mind, the movie Night Killer is riddled with stupidity. A lot of Italian-made, American-acted films have such inconsistencies in them. You'll find the utmost absurdity in a lot of those films, and
the way that they were made as well. See, I watched a great documentary called Eurocrime. It was about the Italian exploitation films that were made in the 70s. They were made in the 70s about, they were all rip-offs of The French Connection, The Godfather, and stuff like that, right?
Oh, okay.
These Italian crime thrillers. And they're actually quite good, some of them. But they never recorded sound when they did any of the scenes. They dubbed everybody. Even the American actors, John Saxon, Henry Silva, all these American actors were dubbed as well, right?
Okay.
When they were actually acting in these scenes, and I've seen interviews with Fred Williamson and people like that had been in these movies, and they said it was weird because they weren't recording their dialogue. So a guy could be up there hammering nails into a wall while they're acting the scene, right? And that would be fine.
Oh, no.
So there was
That's
no
a big distraction. How the hell are you going to do your lines?
As a Hollywood actor, being in Italy, making these movies, it was weird for them because there was no quiet on the set. The thing you say on a film set is quiet on the set, right? Or we do the scene, and they would.
I've heard of that.
There'd be Italian guys in the background arguing with each other while they're doing the freaking scene, right?
I suppose it's more economical when it comes down to it. Film costs more than ADR actors or whatever, but still, it is kind of chintzy.
Yeah, they would just dub the whole movie. So
I wouldn't be able to do that as an actor. If I were an actor, I'd be totally distracted.
I understand that, Lucio Fulci gets a lot of praise as a horror movie director, but I've always found that a lot of his films, they tend to go nowhere. They sort of peter off. They don't really have any real structure to them. They're a bit kind of all over the place.
In the case of Lucio Fulci, I believe that a lot of cases that's intentional. He almost strives to be absurd or unreal in his films, it seems. There was a quote that I cannot recall, just heard it from the other day. It was his birthday just a couple days ago.
That's right. And I saw that the real Queen of Horror was kind of celebrating it on Instagram and Twitter.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, like films like the New York Ripper and The Beyond, those movies go nowhere. They don't really tie up loose ends. They just sort of drift off into the ether. Right.
I like The Beyond a lot more than the New York Ripper, though, I will admit. Don't you think? Yeah. I mean, New York Ripper is just silly as hell, especially with the duck voice. I didn't like that at all. I own it, but, I don't really like it. I like The Beyond, though. I thought The Beyond was great, and I like the gal with the eyes, the whited out eyes. She's fine, man.
Have you ever seen, is it City of the Living Dead?
Oh, yeah. Gates of Hell.
That's the one where the woman sort of barfs up all of her internal organs.
That is a weird one.
And
That is too. That's
the
where
dude gets
Giovanni Lombardo Radici gets a drill through his skull, I think,
that's
or
a
at least it's implied.
pretty brutal death there. That one,
Oh yeah, it
yeah.
is.
He did have a knack for a good kill scene. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is there any? And I think we could probably wrap it up after this one. What do you think? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. I'll do whatever you want. If you want to talk, I'll talk. I'm
You
here for
sure?
you. I'm here for you, Terrence. It's up to you, my friend. I know it's late in your world. I don't want to keep you up too late.
I'm off. I'm off tomorrow. I can only do these late ones because I'm off the next day, and also it's built around your schedule. You
Well,
know, I want to make sure that you're comfortable.
I'm okay. I've got all the stuff done that I needed to do for today, so I'm cool if you want to hang. Let's ask the chat. Would the chat like us to stick around and talk more? Or are you tired of listening to us old fools spout off about weird movies and scamming scammers?
Yeah, I was definitely getting bored with the scammers. I just hear about them all the time. They don't deserve my
I
attention.
apologize. I just thought it might be interesting. It's fresh in my mind from the recent past. So
Well, I
sorry
was going
for
to ask you
boring
this:
everyone with that.
is there any non-horror movie or TV character that creeps you out?
Non-horror.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tiny Tim.
What, from A Christmas Carol?
No, the guy who does tiptoe through the tulips. He was in Blood Harvest, and he's that guy with the ukulele that sings in falsetto and tiptoe through the tulips. It's from Sinister or Insidious, I think, that they use that song in there. Tiny
All
Tim was
right.
the name of the performer. He's passed away now, but he is a weird, geeky guy. Always used to scare me. And Martin Short in the form of that one freaky guy from SNL, say.
Oh
That
yeah.
guy, I always feared that guy was going to try to molest me somehow.
From the TV.
Yeah, through the TV
live
somehow.
from New York. Wes is going to get molested by his Martin Short. Nuts.
That's a good rhyme. You're a poet. That's good.
Well,
what about you,
is
man?
Oh, well, I did say these are all sort of second-hand questions that I had for BAQ last week, but I did say the Burger King. I find that
He's
mask
weird,
really.
man.
He needs a slasher film, doesn't he?
Yeah,
The
he's
Burger
weird.
King needs a slasher.
He is odd. He is an odd creature. I don't know what. Have you ever seen Winona's Big Brown Beaver, the video by Primus?
No.
Well, there are some really larger than life, almost animated, real life. It looks like animation in real life. They're wearing these suits and they're cowboys and they're singing a weird song about Winona's Big Brown Beaver, and it reminds me of the Burger King because it just looks like that, but they have more articulation and it's freaky. Check out Winona's Big Brown Beaver.
Yeah,
it's a good video.
Sorry,
am I tiring you out, Terrence? Man, you seem like you're through with me, man.
Oh no,
had enough of old Wesley these days. You don't need any more.
You're like crack cocaine. You can't once you pop, you can't stop.
You can't stop.
What horror movie do you feel is way overrated and why?
Well, I am going to stand by this. I have to apologize in advance. I used to love, but currently do not really like. And I only say do not really like. I don't hate these films. I am not a big fan of the Halloween franchise, and it used to be the opposite. I used to love it, but it has fallen apart for me. The timeline kills
With Andrew
that.
here. Friday the 13th. Overrated, man. Yep.
A
Totally
lot, a
with you on
lot
that
of
one,
those,
Andrew.
a lot of those films that have just 100,000 sequels, figuratively
Yeah.
speaking, a lot of
Yes.
them are really just kind of not worth it. I mean,
It's diluted it. It's diluted it. See, I love Halloween. I love how understated it is. It really it doesn't rely on the deaths and the violence to get the creep factor. And I remember seeing it as a small child, and it weirdly, and I told BAQ this. It was the first time I'd seen a topless woman in a film, or topless woman ever, was in Halloween. Was
oh,
when
okay. So
Judith
it's kind of
Myers.
special to you, is what you're saying. It's
No, no,
important.
no, no, not in any weird way. But I don't know why I thought about that. Yeah, a guy I'm friends with, Wolfman's Got Nards. He um he did a video about his first experience of seeing Halloween, and that brought it back. Because I was thinking about when did I first see Halloween, and I thought of the opening scene in Halloween with the,
Yeah.
the POV shot, and I was like, yeah, that was the first time I'd ever seen a topless woman. And I thought to myself that at the time, because I was a really small child when I saw Halloween, was that was why she got killed. She got killed for being naked. How dare she? Right? Right. So
Those are
already,
the things you put together as a kid. Those are the
yeah. As
conclusions you come
yeah,
to.
and already as a child, I'd already had Michael Myers' motive sorted out, right? But yeah, I love the film because I love the way it's put together. I love the camera work, the editing, and the performances. And I know it's
Don't
dated
get me
now.
wrong. I'm not trying to say I don't love those things myself. I really did love the original film. I hate what it's become. The
Right.
entire the
Yeah.
timeline, the way they've mangled that timeline and then just abandoned part of it to remake and reboot and whatever you want to call it. I can't. I don't understand how someone makes a sequel of a movie and names it the same thing. Doesn't make
Mhm.
sense to me.
Yeah. Well, I can't. I'm not
And
really.
they just straight trashed the lore of Halloween. For me, they should have stuck with it. They've altogether ignored a number of those films, and that is a disservice. John Carpenter can't see his way through it, and that bothers me too. As a creative person, I can't understand how he is okay with that.
Hmm. No, exactly. What else was I going to ask you as well? Um, and also as a counterpoint to that, what would you say are films that are underrated? What film would you hold up as a really underrated horror film? You think people need to revisit and get on it?
Underrated horror films. There are a lot. I I have a lot of them that I would normally stick up for that were not all that well regarded because I am a fan of the underdog, Like you were talking about Lucio Fulci, I like a lot of his films. A lot of Dario Argento is not as well regarded as it should be. But my personal underdog, the one film that I've always loved and most everyone else has hated. Um, geez, I'm going to have to go with um, mm, shit. Here you
Back
go,
to shit again.
stumping me again. Damn, Terrence,
Sorry.
you're amazing at this. You're a stumper. You're a stumper. No, wait. I've almost forgotten the question. Is it underrated?
Yeah. What would you say is underrated? The 13th Ghost? Is that 13
No,
Ghost?
that's
13
if
Ghost?
anything. I like that one, but if it's not underrated in my opinion, I think there are some films. Let me take a look at my collection real fast.
That's not going to be quick.
I
That's
was
not
just
going to be
kidding.
quick.
I was just kidding.
I haven't seen 13 Ghosts. I've seen the original William Castle one from the 60s. I've not seen
Yeah.
the Tingler. That's great. The William Castle film. Oh, well, there's
Oh
the Tingler.
yeah. Where they shock people in their seats at the
Hello,
theaters.
hello, your Majesty. Give us a thumbs up, please. S'il vous plaît.
Hello there. Welcome. Thank you. Personally, I'm going to go with George Romero's Martin. I don't think that movie is well appreciated as it should be. The score is magnificent. The acting is pretty good. The mood and atmosphere is great. It's one of those kind of mysterious, keeps you guessing to the very end and past. You don't really know what's going on even after the movie's over. And I personally love that film, and it doesn't get any recognition. I'd love to see a true from the heart remake by a auteur director who also shares my passion for that film. I love it.
Well, see, I was quite mesmerized by the remake of Suspiria. I thought that was great because it wasn't a remake per se. It was set in a dance academy. And
that's really all that it had in common.
It had witches in it, and it was set in a dance academy. That was it. The rest of it was
time period. Otherwise,
totally different.
Yeah, Suspiria 2018 is the shit. I love that film.
I love the death. Yeah,
amazing.
What was the character's name? Helga or something like that, where she died, which was all contorted like that.
Which was crippled, like by the dancing, right? Like she puts a little fairy dust in her hand or whatever, and she cripples her like through the floor. Like, I don't know. It's an interesting scene, and you definitely feel that. Like you almost have a sympathetic feeling for the lady who's being mangled.
Yeah,
I did at least. I felt bad for her.
Corey, you're in the chat. What would you say is an underrated horror film that we need more love for? And I've got Andrews saying Children of the Damned. I'm not sure if he means Village of the Damned. The Midwich Cuckoos. It was based on the old novel. But I've only seen the John Carpenter version. It was okay. Notable because
I've never heard of that.
Well, Village of the Damned is the one where all the women in the town get pregnant with these white-haired children, and they all have sort of psychic powers where they control everybody.
I'm familiar with that story.
Yeah,
but not the other one.
What was it? But it was notable for me because it starred Christopher Reeve and Mark Hamill. Luke Skywalker and Superman in the same movie.
Wow.
Two of my biggest heroes.
Yeah.
Transfiguration, it's sort of like Martin. Young guy thinks he's a vampire for whatever reason. Really good, very underrated. Transfiguration. I think Curly Girl mentioned that in her top vampire movies.
Yeah, I did see that. It's about the little boy, right? The little boy who thinks he's a vampire, and
yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm not sure if she's still
here. But I recall her mentioning that.
I think all our friends have left. They've given up on us. But we've got a new group of friends in the chat. Hey guys, thanks for coming out and hanging out with us. I'm sorry if I'm a little silly.
People have lives, man. They gotta live their life.
I can't blame them. Who wants to hang out with the Ice Lord and Terrence, right? Other than the
Oh,
Terrence and Ice Lord, they want to hang out with one another.
our ears are burning. Sorry.
Hey, Curly, you still here? All right.
Was
What'd
that
she
the
say?
one with? Yeah. Transfiguration was good. Yeah, I need to give that a go. I've got Curly and Corey saying that's good, so that's like Oscar worthy to me if they recommend it. I'm trying
Uh,
to think of something I've seen that's underrated. Uh, there's this is a horror film. I saw this movie back in the 90s, right? There used to be this video label called Screen Edge, right?
okay.
They released some really weird stuff on VHS,
Okay.
right? And
Okay.
it was before DVD came out, and they released this weird film called uh, Bleak Future, right? And it was a film that was made on 8mm film, and it was an amateur type film, and it was about how it was like a Mad Max type future, right? Whereas like deserts and everywhere, and there's this character called the Slang Man who walked
Huh.
about the desert alone, and he carried with him the only copy of the English dictionary that was
Huh.
left on planet Earth, right? And there was all these sort of hideous mutants. It was really rubbery and fake looking, but I really
Okay.
enjoyed this film. And he would sell people the meanings of words, right? He would go into like a kind of little barter town like they had in Mad Max 3 and sell them
Okay.
the meanings of words. And I've been trying to find this film ever since. I've seen it on IMDb and things like that. It's called Bleak Future.
It
And
sounds like
and
it's worth a watch.
and the weird thing is during the film, you get these flashbacks to this news footage that explains how the world ended, right?
Okay. Okay.
And like at different points of the film, they keep going back to how the world ended. And what it is that the human race declared world peace, right? They're like, oh, world peace has been declared throughout the world. Everybody's all singing kumbaya. It's great. And then later on, it goes back to them again. And they get so lovey dovey with each other, so hippy dippy, right? That they design these giant lasers that are going to like shoot down from space onto the Earth and merge all the continents together so we can all be one big, beautiful continent, right?
Okay.
That's what, right? So they do this, and it causes massive earthquakes, floods, blah blah blah, all this stuff that just wrecks the place,
As
right?
you would think.
And just at the last minute, the nations fire the nukes at each other. so that's
Oh
so
God.
that's how the world ended, and how we end up in this desolate wasteland. It's kind of like, I would say it's like a parody of Mad Max, right? That kind of
Yeah.
thing, and it is really really cheap movie. And I've got to confess, I smoked a lot of pot back then in the 90s when I watched this movie. So if you ever managed to track it down, Bleak Future, I think it was made in the early mid 90s as well.
Let's
So
check
forgive
that
me
one
if
out.
it sucks. Oh, Waking Fright, I love Waking Fright. Although the bits with there's my bots again. The bits with the kangaroos was a bit shocking though, and it was real. They actually did kill kangaroos in the film Waking Fright, but it's a
Wow.
peach. It's a really weird film. I never thought I would ever be so engrossed in a coin toss. There's a bit where these guys are playing coin toss in this movie, and I
Yeah.
was hooked on that. I just thought that was amazing. Such a weird movie, and the amount of alcohol that they drink in it is just obscene. And don't ask me to explain what that movie was about. It's kind of hard to explain.
One of those, huh?
Report.
I
Yeah,
get
I'm just
that.
just going to get it dealt with. We've received your report, and we're going to do nothing about it.
But
Brilliant. But
if they would act, they might get some. I don't know. Maybe it benefits them somehow. That's why they let them stay around. But it doesn't do me any favors. But I got to admit, man, you got a quick hand. When we're both mods, you are fast at striking down them bots, man. You just like boop, boop, boop.
smack those butts, man. That's
You
that.
give it to him, man. Every time I try to beat you, I can't do it. And I'm on a handheld. I can't destroy bots faster than Terrence. You are the man in that. Terrence, do you like Vinegar Syndrome at all?
I don't own any, but I have great admiration for Vinegar Syndrome. The way that they polish up old films like that is just admirable. And it's funny that Corey mentioned Wake and Fright, because I know that was a film that was lost for a long time until someone found it. And it was, as Ted Kotcheff, great director, directed First Blood, Split Image, Uncommon Valor, really good director, but the movie just got abandoned for a long time, like that. And that's what I love about Vinegar Syndrome, is they find these old rusty cans full of film, get these things polished up, regardless of the movie itself, right? And that doesn't matter.
Regardless of the quality or the,
they're not film critics.
Yeah, they make a nice package, a nice presentation for it, and they've got some terrible films on there, but I was wondering, because I don't know how everyone does it, but I have been waiting for the longest time for my Vinegar Syndrome package, and I don't think they're going to send it to me, man. I've lost hope, and I see everyone opening theirs, and it's like I'm not getting mine, man. I don't think I'm going to get it.
He's the little boy Santa Claus forgot.
Yeah. Well, I got screwed, man, because I went down there at midnight at the sale, and I was unable to log in. They refused to acknowledge my emails, so I had to buy as a guest, and I bought within 5 minutes, but I was buying some sold out shit like Cloak and Dagger and Thriller and all that, and
that's the one with the one-eyed girl, yeah? Thriller?
Yeah.
That's meant to be pretty harsh. I've been kind of putting that one off for a long time. But
there is an R-rated version.
Corey's want to know Corey's want to ask you when you ordered.
I ordered at 12:05 on the night of the sale.
What was that?
And
what day was that?
The 29th, I think it was.
Of May?
May 29th, I think. It was 2 weeks ago, Thursday night into Friday.
Is that normal for them?
Well, sometimes they send me stuff real fast. Sometimes it takes what seems to be weeks.
Right. You need to keep contacting them.
Yeah.
That's what
it just really got me bummed out. I have a fear that they're going to just screw me and not send me the right stuff.
Well, we've got
because
Kings
I'm
and
not
Queens.
a subscriber.
It's great. We've got the whole royal family here. My royal family, never mind Betty Windsor and Buckingham Palace. These are my real kings, my real queens.
There you
Honestly, that's who I want to be knighted by, right? Sir Maguana, right? It's by these guys. Seriously, that's who I pledge allegiance to.
Yes. We love our kings and queens, our friends in arms.
That's it. Yes.
What would you say the weirdest movie you've ever seen is, Terrence?
Probably Holy Motors. I mean, that movie was just batshit crazy. Yeah. And I loved it for it. I loved it. I loved how it just kind of, there was that whole sequence where the guy was like a mad troll, because he kept on changing into these different characters. And there was a bit where he was the troll kind of guy with a pipe, and he was eating flowers and just going nuts. And it had Eva Mendes and Kylie Minogue in it and stuff. It was just bonkers.
It is a strange. I'm gonna check that out, man. Now I'm gonna have to check it out.
And it with lysergic acid diethylamide, it goes hand in hand. It was just dynamite. I mean, I'll never ever touch that ever again. I flirted with it in my mid-30s because
it's a young man's game.
all my mates were all dropping A's in the 90s, and they all warned me off it because I was because I just had one of those personalities. They were like, "Oh, you shouldn't touch that. You shouldn't touch it." And then the opportunity arrived in my mid-30s, and I thought, you know what? I'm of an age. I'm sensible. I'm safe. I'm in my house. I set out very strict rules for myself and made sure I was around people that I trusted that weren't going to take the piss out of me. And do you know what? I had a great fucking time, and I don't regret it, and I don't think it did me any harm, you know. And I think it's strange. I think it's really interesting that Albert Hoffman, who discovered LSD, right? He discovered it in 1943, just about the same time that millions of human beings were put to death, right? He made this discovery that I honestly feel, right, had a profound impact on the 20th century. I think it did. I know
Let
that
me
you
ask
could.
you this. Do you think that the human experiments that were going on somehow led to the discovery of acid somehow?
Yeah, I honestly
Really?
feel. I think when there was so much horror in the world, real horror,
Yeah.
that I felt like the universe gave us that gift to kind of check ourselves, because that's what I felt that it did for me. I went through a whole period of worrying about money a lot, to the point of just sheer despair. Right, it was just a horrible time. The post Great Recession era, 2010, 2008, that whole 2012, that was a horrible time for me mentally, and that put things into perspective. That it doesn't fucking matter. It really is meaningless. You know, that's, money, wealth, uh,
Yeah.
objects, they don't matter really. And that's what came away from that. It really, I wouldn't say it sorted me out, right? It wasn't the answer to everything, but it really got me to calm down, weirdly. And I know that I'm abusing this, right? This illegal substance, but I felt that I got a lot from it. I wouldn't touch it again. It's not something I go looking for. It
Right.
found me. It found me. That's the thing. I had a neighbor at the time, and him and his wife, they would drop it all the time, and they kind of went, oh, let's just chill out and enjoy this. And it's like, you know what? What? I've got nothing fucking better to do. Why not? And I had a great fucking time.
Yeah, man. Acid's
And
great.
I know that it's
You're a
got.
late bloomer. You're a late bloomer,
Yeah,
man. A
but
lot of
I
people take
understand a
acid
lot.
in their teens.
Yeah, precisely. And I think I had the right mindset for it. And a lot of people, it has a terrible history. From the 1960s, you've got people like Charles Manson, right? Who's kind of a poster child for the darkness with LSD. But you got to remember, Charles Manson was a massive control freak, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't just
Yeah.
that he gave his followers LSD, is that he bloody manipulated them and controlled them, right?
Sure.
That had a lot to do with it.
Well, just
Right.
like that one church out in gosh, I can't remember the name of it. Gosh,
Yeah, there's always the
they
horror
used
story of
they used acid to brainwash people, and that, from what I understand,
MK
that's what
Ultra.
Charlie did too. He would act like
MK
he was
Ultra.
dropping yeah, oh yeah.
The CIA.
Well, he would act like he was dropping acid and just not take it and just let everyone else get fucked up around him and put shit in their heads.
Yeah. Well, MK Ultra, yeah, that was a real program that the CIA developed in the 50s before it was before it was criminalized. Because what you've got to
Yeah.
understand, up until the mid to late 60s, it was perfectly legal, right?
Right.
The uh, so many celebrities were given it by medical practitioners. Cary Grant, Sean Connery, they were under supervision. They were given this, right? to help
Sure.
to help with depression, and also the
Wasn't it originally a headache medicine?
I can't imagine what Sean Connery must have been like on it. Oh yeah, I can Zardoz. that would have been Sean Connery on acid, wouldn't it?
Now we
Oh
know.
gosh,
Now we get
yeah.
it. Now we see.
You know, but but that's absolutely true, and it wasn't criminalized until the counterculture started. Once people started protesting against the Vietnam War and sticking it to the man, that's when they went, "Oh, hold on a minute, we've got this crazy drug that people are taking that's changing their way of thinking. They're actually realizing that we're a bunch of fucked up motherfuckers." So, that's kind of what it did. Is it reminded people that we're more than just worker bees. We're more than just interested in getting wealthy and more power and you know and all that sort of stuff. And that's why that counterculture really exploded. This drug was transforming people's minds.
Yeah.
You know, for good or bad, I don't know. But at the same time, and do you know the interesting thing about it is, whenever I took it, I would put a wee playlist on my iPod
Yeah.
at the time, and I'd go, "Oh yeah, get some disco, some funk, some hip hop on there." And I put it on, and I'd be like, can't can't deal with it. I can't listen to hip hop. I can't listen to disco, and I love that stuff, right?
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. Oh, put on Electric Ladyland by Jimi Hendrix. Oh yeah, That's just
Yeah.
perfect, right?
Hell
So
yeah.
you know these records, you understand now why those guys wrote it this way, right? Because that was the vibe, you know.
Oh yeah, man. You can
Right?
see colors when you're on acid, man, or you can see sounds. I remember
Yeah.
playing guitar on acid as a teenager, and I was able to see reverberations off of the strings, and they kind of bounce all around the room.
Yeah.
It's real, man. It helps. It helps understand music.
I know.
May I take another bathroom break real fast, Terrence? Or
Yeah, go for it.
all right,
You
hold on one
can't,
second, buddy.
you're
I'm
going the
sorry.
distance here, Apollo.
He's going the distance. I'll be right back.
So who's still in the chat? God, have I scared you all away with my crazy ass drug stories? Oh God, why do I have to talk about that stuff? Oh dear. Now nicotine. Nicotine is my only vice. That and donuts. Nicotine and donuts. You know, I really got to give the fags, got to give the cigarettes up. So have you all had a lovely Father's Day? Had a nice Juneteenth? So we don't celebrate that here. We don't have that at all. Don't know why. I mean, we had
Speaking
slavery
of
too.
cigarettes, I've got to have another cigarette myself, man.
Yeah, I need to take a quick whiz as well. Hold on.
All right. Well, tell me, Chad, now that I can see what you're having to say, what's your favorite weird movie? I don't know if I'm going to be able to see you. Maybe you can try to telekinetically communicate it to me. Maybe it'll just pop up on my screen. I could see it. I'd like to take this opportunity to put out a big thank you to Terrence for all the recent streams that we've done. Maybe he'll see this in the playback, but Terrence is a great guy, and he's been very helpful to me and got me out there, and I do appreciate it. I took the time to give you a little thank you, so check it out in the replay, man.
Oh, no worries, man. I don't think I'll replay this one back. But speaking, I don't want. I do want to.
You don't like it. It wasn't good.
I do want to get off the subject of hallucinogenic drugs. But before I do, right? Have you ever seen The Trip?
What's the matter with hallucinogens, man? I love it. But what's the question? I'm sorry.
Have you seen The Trip, Roger Corman?
No.
You should see that. That movie gets it. That movie actually understands what the drug was all about, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think a lot of films don't get the experience right. They do all that sort of, oh, hi, Babeng. They get that whole people seeing pink elephants and all that stuff, right? And it's just ridiculous, right? Where they don't actually get it. But that movie, The Trip, which was banned in this country up until about 2004 or something like that, another one banned. That movie gets it, right? And the weird thing is, when they made that film, it was written by Jack Nicholson. It stars Dennis Hopper and Peter Fonda, right?
Wow.
And it's just basically Peter Fonda as a guy that does acid. That's it. The whole movie is just about that. And Roger Corman had directed the film, and he'd never touched it before, right? So he took the drug not while making the film, but before to do some research. Right?
Yeah.
And it was obviously made to cash in on the '60s counterculture at the time, right? I mean, that's what he did. That's what Corman always did, right?
Sure.
And oh, what's that?
What happened?
Noise?
Cricket?
Crickets? Yeah, cool. I feel like I'm watching the
cricket in here. Don't let Curly Girl know. I don't think she likes animals with various legs, insects and stuff. I know she doesn't like spiders. Maybe she's not a cricket fan either.
Let's not talk about spiders. Next time somebody talks about spiders, they're getting cancelled. But so what I was saying is that this movie, Corman did take the drug before he made it to get to do some
artistic research. Yeah,
yeah.
I can't blame him.
Right, and when they made the film, they released it, but they were forced to change the ending. Right, at the very end of the film, you see Peter Fonda's face. Right, just like this is the end of the movie, and they were forced. What they were forced to do was to put a big crack across the screen, like you've just broke your smartphone, right?
Oh, yeah.
They were forced to put a big crack right across the screen to illustrate that this drug is dangerous, right?
Yeah.
They had to have this big, and that was going to illustrate it, and it's still in it. That's the final cut of the movie, right? And when you see it now, it's still got this stupid crack that appears that really doesn't do anything except just go, what is that doing there? But yeah, I like the
weird.
I like the movie. It's it gets it right. You know, Bruce Dern's in it as well. Yeah, Bruce Dern's in it. Just a great
That's
cast.
a memorable name. I'll have to check it out, man. I like tripping stuff, you know. Not that we want to continue our hallucinogenic stories, but I like trippy movies. The weird ones are usually good to watch while on hallucinogens.
But I cannot believe there were actual Marines in Vietnam taking it there.
Right.
I couldn't believe it. No, it's true. Well, in fact, a lot of, never mind the LSD, a lot of American soldiers got addicted to heroin there.
Yeah.
Heroin in Vietnam during the Vietnam War was cheaper than a packet of cigarettes. Seriously?
Jesus.
I know.
That's a bad environment to be in, man. Let me tell you. Wow.
I know. Really scary stuff. I can't, a lot of them were coming back. There's documentaries about that, about a lot of American soldiers coming back as smackheads. Really scary stuff.
Terrible.
I got really obsessed with the Vietnam War a few years ago. I made a mixtape about it.
You made your own mixtape. Okay.
Yeah. And I just got really obsessed with the Vietnam War for some reason. Did loads and loads of research into it. Just weird. I don't know why. I think it's because it was the television war. It was the first war that we got to see the real horror before they got wise to. Yeah, before they got wise to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, man. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Please do. I don't get insulted, honestly.
It was a very widely televised war, and it was the first of its kind in that it was kind of spoon fed to the public on a daily basis. And
Yeah, and I think the reason I got right into it was because of the 80s, because of the films that you would every week in the video store there'd be a new Vietnam War movie or an action film that had some sort of connection to that war. Every
yeah,
every action lead character was a Vietnam veteran to some extent. You know, Lethal
really,
Weapon, First Blood. They were all. I was in Nam, right? They were always like,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, the only one that I
Well,
thought was funny was in Caddyshack, where it's like, oh yeah, I got that in Vietnam. And it's like, you were in the war? And he's like, no. The Chevy Chase is just like, no. uh,
yeah, you familiar with Jacob's Ladder?
oh yeah, love that film. Love it.
Yeah, good Tim Robbins film. Weird visuals.
Yeah, they're quite influential, I would say. Like,
Yeah,
see that whole sequence where he's on the gurney and it's just going through with all the bones everywhere, and the sequence and where he's at the party and
yeah,
oh
with his girl.
yeah, with Elizabeth Pena. Oh, you're
Haven't.
gone.
No, I'm here. Am I gone?
You disappeared for a moment there, but yeah, Elizabeth Pena, God rest her. She was a great actor. You
Yeah,
ever
she
seen her?
was. I got hot when she was doing that nasty alien on the dance floor. I don't know what it was. Something about Elizabeth Pena in the throes of passion really gets me going. So she was a good looking woman, man. And it doesn't matter that she was having sex with a tentacle. It was hot.
Yeah, but easy on the calamari. The
Yeah, no kidding.
the what was the
Never be able to look at it the same again.
see started talking sex there. There the bot appears. That's it. One
It's
once
my
this once
fault.
once the Ice Lord gets aroused, that's it.
I know, man. I get to talking about it. The chat gets a digital boner, and all of a sudden, porn bots popping up, only to be killed. They're slayed. Hey, you know what, porn bots? Give us money. Send Terrence some money. Damn it, you've got enough.
What was it? But yeah, one of my favorite performances by Elizabeth Pena is this great film from 1995, Lone Star. Have you ever seen Lone Star?
No.
You need to see this film. John Sayles, right, who wrote Piranha, The Howling, Battle Beyond the Stars. What else? He worked for Corman as a screenwriter, right? And
Okay.
everybody came from Roger Corman, right? James
Yeah.
Cameron, Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola. The guy was just a freaking. He was just a great director factory, right? Well,
Very influential, I guess.
immensely, right? And John Sayles was a screenwriter for him, and what he would do, and he wrote novels as well. What he would do is he would write these B movie screenplays, Piranha, The Howling, you name it, right? And Alligator, he wrote Alligator as well.
Yeah,
I
that's a
met
good
him.
one.
He came to Glasgow one time, and I met him in a Q&A, and he was just a great guy. And what he would do with his money from writing these screenplays, and he's a script doctor. He doctors other people's scripts in Hollywood all the time, and he would save up all of the money that he would make as a screenwriter and then direct his own films. And the first film that he directed was this brilliant film called The Return of the Secaucus Seven. No, The Return of the. You remember
I
the
haven't
big?
heard of it.
You've heard of the Big Chill, right? With Jeff
Sure.
Goldblum, Kevin Kline, and all that. Where it's like all
Yeah.
the old buddies back in the day. They all get back together again, and it's a sort of old class reunion type movie. Well, he started that with this film, The Return of the Secaucus Seven. It's actually in the Library of Congress as we speak. It's a classic movie about an old.
Really?
It's like the old '60s sort of protest gang that they used to hang out in the '60s. This is like 1980, and they get back together again and all hang out, and it's a great movie, really great movie. And that was his first film as a director, and he went on to direct other great movies like Odd Man Out, Mate One, Brother from Another Planet. Directed that as well. That's a good film.
Huh.
And he's an indie film director, and his best film has got to be Lone Star. It is such a good film. And Elizabeth Pena's in that, and Joe Morton, the Miles Dyson from Terminator 2, he's in it as well. He was Miles Dyson, the guy that invented the Terminator in Terminator 2.
Oh, is that who it was? Okay, I know who you mean.
That's Joe Morton. He was the brother from another planet, and so he was in a lot of John Sayles movies. The guy's a really good director. And there's this other one. When he came to Glasgow, he was promoting this film called Honey Dripper, which was about the beginning of the blues with Danny Glover and stuff like that. It's a really good movie.
Sounds pretty cool.
You need to check out his stuff, because I know that you're familiar with the horror stuff that he's written, right?
Sure.
And,
yeah. A few of them, at least.
But he's a really accomplished film director. They're not horror films. He doesn't make horror films. He makes dramas, but they're really good, compelling dramas.
I would say drama is my third place genre. Horror is my top genre, then comedy, and then drama. I do enjoy some dramas once in a while, so I might check that out.
It's so varied, isn't it? A drama is just like, it kind of ties in with everything.
Yeah, it could be anything, right? I guess
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, this is a good point, man. Drama is the original genre, I guess.
Yeah, it sure is. You look like you're done in.
I feel a bit done in, but it's been good. It's been good getting done in. I feel good.
Yeah.
I slayed a couple scammers today, and we killed 3 hours on the live stream. That's an accomplishment for me.
Class. Wow. Unbelievable. I can really go forever, can't I?
Yeah, man. Hey, I love talking with you. I got no problems working with Terrence McGuana. You are a cool guy. And you know your shit. That's important. I don't know my shit as well as I should. I got to admit, I am not a movie reviewer. Have you seen the numbers my movie reviews get? It's atrocious, man.
Who cares, man? It's not about numbers. It's about being able to reach that one person. That's what I think. I think it's all about being able to communicate.
Yeah.
That's it. And this is exactly what we are doing right now. And I think you need to give yourself some credit. You've got to stop belittling yourself. You've got to.
Oh yeah.
You got to. That's the thing. I do it too. I'm guilty of just dragging myself down and persuading myself that I'm not good. And of course, I'm good. I try at least, and it's the same goes for all those other guys out there, like Corey and Curly and Anthony and Rainbow Fry. These guys are talent, real raw talent.
Well, which is why I also feel as though I almost owe it to the people that have the talent to bow out in some cases, because I just don't have the ability. Like when it comes to
telling yourself that, then if you keep telling yourself that, then you will believe it.
Yeah,
but you got to keep pushing.
I keep trying, man.
You've got to keep pushing. You've got to keep pushing yourself to be better and be the best.
I keep trying, man. I know. Yeah. I will. I always keep on keeping on, despite
And
what.
oh, you just got a new sub from my good friend Babeng. She's from the Philippines. She's a lovely lady.
Oh, thank
Absolute.
you, darling. Thanks for
She's absolute.
subbing. I appreciate that. I think I follow you already.
Yeah, she's a nice woman.
If not, I will follow you right after this. Once
Yeah.
I got my phone back, I get over there and I sub to you. I love subbing, man. I think I have the most subscriptions of any YouTuber, I believe, because I literally am sub to every channel except for a couple. But I mean, I have a record number of subscriptions. And also, I found out how many likes each of us gets. You get 5,000 likes, and you got to use them wisely because they are only so many. You only get 5,000. I found.
It's all meaningless. It's all
I'm
meaningless. Who
max.
cares? Who cares
I'm
about
max.
likes, sub, and
I'm
all that
maxed
stuff?
out.
You know?
No. I know what you mean.
Because I think it's amazing that somebody I've never met before can introduce me to a film that I feel is profound. That to
Of
me is
course.
that to me is powerful. That is really powerful. And for instance, I had a really depressing day last year, and I had a good long chat with Corey King Need Gore one night, and he put me onto his music. He put me on to it. You need to listen to this man's music. I'm telling you,
Oh yeah.
it's really good. I'll send you a link to it. Right? He's got a new
Do,
record coming out, and it's
do
going to be.
you know that I'm a musician?
I do know that you're a musician. Yeah, I've seen you play on your channel,
Really?
but
Have you heard any
but
of my music?
I haven't. I just saw
Just curious.
you were strumming a wee ditty one night on the live, but I listened to that. It was just before I did the 31 Days of Horror, and I wasn't feeling it. I couldn't get the confidence to do it. And he gave me that confidence, and it was he didn't do it verbally. Well, he did in a sense because he let me hear his record. Then it's on his channel, and
Yeah,
it was
that's cool. I have to
brilliant.
check it out.
And it was
I like
just
music.
it was the shot in the arm that I needed because it spoke to me. It really did speak to me, and I'm so grateful for that. And I've listened to it multiple times since. And what I was going to say is the next day I shot 4 videos and I shot 4 videos the next day. My first 4 videos for the 31 Days of Horror. I was like a freaking animal
Nice.
machine, you know. My first 4 videos for that, and it was thanks to him because I bottled it. I just couldn't find the confidence to do them, and I get like that sometimes, especially before I shoot a video. I always start pacing and putting it off and go, I need to go do something else, anything but. And I
Yeah.
get like that. And I know that I've probably come across as like the most confident person on planet Earth. That's the magic of editing, by the way,
Oh,
right?
I get that. I know what you
You
mean.
know,
Well,
cut out
editing
all the boring.
is a nice thing to be able to do. I wouldn't put out a video if I wasn't able to edit it. I used to have to do them in one take back in the day, and wow, that was a pain in the ass. But ever since I got a little video editor, I've been able to cut out my ums and uhs and
Yeah.
a lot of the dead space and whatnot. I try to be as good an editor as possible, but I am, I don't have anything from cutscenes. I love when people put cutscenes into
Well,
their
that was
product.
Corey again. That was Corey as well because I asked because he did that whole series on Halloween, all of the Halloween films. He reviewed all of them, right, for Halloween last year. A great series that he did, and that inspired me to start doing a series. You know, why don't I do a series on this, a
Yeah,
series on that? That was stolen from him, and he said to me, he said, "Oh, 9 seconds. If you cut after 9 seconds, use a bit of a film for 9 seconds, cut, use another clip from it, cut. You don't get flagged. And he's absolutely right. I don't get demonetized on any video. I did one on Blackula and The Hand, and I used the full clip, and I got demonetized for those two because I used the full clip. I didn't cut anything. And but then when I started following his instructions, none of them get demonetized at all.
That's cool. I can't really get the it's not that I don't want to be able to use clips. I could use them, but I don't have the ability to transfer it to the editing software, so I have to kind of piece it together myself from my TV, and it just looks like shit and it sounds bad. So
why don't you just
verbal.
Why don't you just sell the 7Cs? I mean, you've already put your money down for the hard copy, so why not just sell the 7Cs for your clip?
Sell the 7Cs?
Me hearties.
Oh, yeah. Well, I would, but I don't have a laptop or whatever, and I don't really know how to use those torrent sites, but I probably would, but I don't know that I have the memory capability to be able to download a movie, chop it up, put it into the editor, chop it up, and then it's just beyond me. I don't know how that works, but that's me telling too much. But I prefer verbal reviews, which is probably why they're not as, I mean, people that show clips, they get, views and stuff, and that's professional and very cool. I definitely need a collaborator to help me with that, but
yeah, it can be a bit painstaking at times, and I learned from Rainbow Fright as well. So every time I jam with someone, I get something from them, or and I'm grateful, so grateful, and anything that I can do for them, I'll try my best,
yeah.
right?
Oh,
because
sure.
I've stolen from everybody, and I freely admit that, right? And I get a bit I get really guilty about that, to be honest, because when I think about it, I think like Led Zeppelin, right? Here's Led Zeppelin were a white rock band that stole from so many blues artists, right? I'll give you an example. Howling Wolf, The Killing Floor by Howling Wolf is the Lemon Song by Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin, when they released that song in 1969 on Led Zeppelin 2, they didn't give Howling Wolf credit on that record at all. And there's all you have to do is type into YouTube Led Zeppelin Thieves, right? And it will play you a little bit of the song that they ripped off in their version without copyright. They didn't pay nothing. And they are so protective of their brand and their music, right? But they don't pay, they don't acknowledge the artist that they ripped off. I don't want to be that kind of artist.
Yeah.
I don't want to go.
That.
I don't want to steal. Here, Corey, that was a great idea. I'll just take that. I want your permission. I don't want to be like Led Zeppelin. I like their music, but as human beings, I think they suck, right? And but I don't want to be that person. I want to pay respect to the people, because as the famous phrase is, you have to be nice to people on the way up because you'll see them on the way down, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm on the way up, right, or anything. I've not got any delusions of grandeur.
I know what you mean.
Always want to make sure that I'm not fucking anybody over, because that's not that will never
it's just
be
the only way to be. Yeah, it's human nature to be a good, kind person. Plagiarism is one of the worst things. I've been a songwriter since I was 12, 13 years old, and I've had on various occasions composition notebooks stolen from me to give or sell to bands to use my lyrics. And it feels horrible to be stolen from in intellectual property, and um, I hate that. I don't like plagiarists either.
Yeah.
I
But
always
Ben,
try to be as
Ben,
original as possible.
thank you for connecting to the Ice Lord. I really appreciate you doing that.
Yes, thank you, Babang.
I did
I'm
actually
not
leave
sure.
I left your link at the top of the chat, and I completely forgot to say that. Right at the
Oh,
top of the chat, your link's
thanks,
up there.
Terrence.
So I hope you got some more bananas from that, man.
I hope so too, and well, hopefully it's done some good for your channel too, Terrence. I can only hope.
I don't care.
I
I just want to hang out with you. I just want to hang out with you.
Hell
It's
yeah,
not
man.
about. It's not about the watch hours and all that crap. You know, I got a bit lost, man, in the last few months, where I just got determined to get monetized. Right, I just wanted to get it over with, and then I'm pretty much going up shit creek without a rudder. You know, I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Every, you know,
You're doing
and
good. What the hell are you
I've
talking
got
about?
I've got an absolute ton of requests, recommendations to do, and I've done none of them. I complained about this the last time to BAQ, and then I got some done. I burnt myself out. I did three right after each other, and then I just burnt myself out again.
Yeah.
And I tend to do that. I tend to do that a lot, where I just go full steam ahead, and I just hit a brick wall.
Yeah.
Right?
Me too.
I'm like a crash test dummy.
Yeah. I get that, man. Do you know that guy claimed he had a third testicle? That's why his voice was so low. It was a bit of trivia from old school MTV. That's what a guy claimed at a live concert. That singer.
Oh, see, I only
That's what
knew
he
that
said, at
one
least.
song. Yeah.
Me too. I didn't follow their work very closely, but catchy tune.
I actually remember where I was when I first heard that song. I was in a barber's getting my hair cut. Don't know why I remember stupid shit like that. Right?
These certain songs leave a mark. They really do.
They do have that. Music does have that ability to just transport you back to that place, though.
Yes, it does.
You know.
Yes, I would say aside from actual smells, music and sounds will bring you back just as well, just as effectively to those memories. You know, they're good memory triggers.
Yeah, I know it's wonderful.
Well,
so well, to copy Karen, what's coming up on the channel? Nice Lord, what are we going to expect to see from you in the coming weeks?
Well, that's a trick question. I am behind like no other. I have to complete a 24-hour broker's course in order to take over my management. So I'm so dead set on that I haven't been able to think about YouTube. But there's three things that I want to do. I want to do a review of Frankenstein. I'm sorry. I want to do a review of Flesh for Frankenstein and Blood for Dracula, like a double header review. And I want to have some cutscenes, but I'm going to have to do it my old fashioned way. So it's going to suck. But, and then, people are going to hate me, but I want to do a series, not a series, but a video about, survived abortion's attack.
Is that a film? Yeah.
There's a lot of them, I guess. There's apparently a subgenre of horror.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah, and, but I'm not too sure. I don't think that'll be very well received. But I want to start watching a lot of the Kino Lorber Redemption series movies that I've gotten recently, because I have recently added quite a bit of them to my collection. And there are some really interesting films in there that I want to take the time to see, but I don't want to exhaust all of my 31 days resources early in the year. But I suppose, and you can always expect to see a box. I'm hoping this Vinegar Syndrome box gets to my house before too late, because damn, I am. Yeah, it's terrible. I really feel like they put me on the back burner because I'm not anyone important, and that's cool.
You are important. You're the Ice Lord, right?
I wish, man. The one company that I've spent a shitload of money with over the last couple of years on boxes that actually gave me a vote of confidence was the folks that gave me that golden cranium, the people from Box of Matter. They were so gracious in sending me that golden cranium. It was the first time I had ever been recognized for anything I'd ever done on YouTube, and it was really heartwarming. I wasn't expecting anything. I was expecting a box of science stuff. It was really nice, and more recently, the friendships I've developed with you and with Curly and Karen and Nye and all these new folks, Fever Dreamland Theater, Mr. Dan of Horror. Am I correct on that guy's name? Echo Cero, all kinds of cool people. I mean, these folks you're like my surrogate family, because I have kind of a you guys mean a lot to me, and
we're like the mafia, forget about it.
Forget about it. Yeah. Well, you guys are really cool. I'm not the kind of person.
Remember, always wanted to be a YouTuber.
Yeah. Goodfellas.
God rest him.
Yeah. I was disturbed to hear he died.
What, do you think I'm funny? You think I'm funny? Funny how?
How am I funny to you? How am I funny to you?
Think I'm here to make you laugh? Huh? You think I'm some kind of fucking clown or something? Huh? Oh,
Joe Pesci,
good morning,
what a
Matthew.
classic.
Good morning. Good morning from it. G'day, mate. Put
Good
another
morning.
shrimp on the barbie.
Oh.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
That's a knife. Sorry about our Australian impressions.
Yes. He used to give me roses. I wish he could again. But that was on the outside, and things were different then. That's the wind up, Matthew. That's the theme song from Prisoner of Cell Block H. Have you ever seen that show? Fucking bots. Prisoner of Cell Block H was like a women's prison drama from Australia.
Okay.
No, see, I've got one of my YouTube buddies, the Godfather of Cinema, Johnny. He's a cool guy. He knows that show. So they did show it in the States.
Have you ever seen the Brawl on Cell Block 99?
No, I've heard it's good though, with Vince Vaughn.
Yeah,
I've heard that's
thumbs up.
That's the same dude that made Bone Tomahawk.
Yeah, that's a good movie, man.
Yeah, seen it. Bloody good film.
Oh yeah,
it's a bloody good film. That. Sorry, that's Matthew's catchphrase. Hey, have you seen his channel, Matthew Binney?
I don't think so.
You need to get on it.
I will.
Matthew,
hey, man, I try to subscribe to everybody.
I've left the Ice Lord's link at the top of the chat if you want to connect. and vice versa. His channel's brilliant. This
Got
guy
me a banana.
This guy has the biggest video collection, VHS,
Oh
Betamax.
no, I don't have a big video collection. I got a video collection, but it's not that big, man.
No, but this guy.
You're not talking about me. I get it. I'm sorry. I'm retarded. Pardon my language. Bad word.
He's got horror movies that will turn you inside out, honestly. And he's every single one of them is a bloody good film. Bloody good film. That's my review. Bloody good film.
Nice.
Oh, I love watching his channel. I discovered him last year, man, and it's just been a delight every time when I get the time, I get a chance to binge some of his videos. Just great content. You know, and
check him out.
I'm a video dork, right? I still have a few lying about, right? I still got Freaked. Bloody good film, that one. You know, you seen that? Freaked, yeah.
Is that with the guy from Bill and Ted?
Yeah, and Mr. T plays the bearded lady. Mr. T.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with the movie.
Fun. It's on King Need Gore's channel. He's uploaded the whole movie on there.
Really?
Yeah, I think when I first checked out King Need Gore's channel, he had that on there. I was like, oh, I love Freaked. Absolutely perfect. Just crazy. Randy Quaid steals the whole movie. He's the sort of guy that runs the freak show in it, because it's about a freak show, and it's like almost like a comedy version of the Freaks, the old Todd Browning Freaks.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've seen that one.
I already got Ice Channel. Thanks, Terrence. Bloody good film. Yeah. Bloody good. This is one of my favourite old tapes. If we're going to show off some goodies, is The Driver, and on Betamax. Speaking of, Isabella Gianni is in this. Have you seen that? Walter Hill, classic. No. Oh, this is a classic action film. And this is. I
like Isabella Gianni in anything.
Oh, she's gorgeous, but also a brilliant actor as well. Doesn't hurt. But this is on the old Betamax format. Gorgeous, isn't it? So
I remember those little machines.
Yeah, they weren't little. The machines were like a friggin' spaceship. The size of them.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Oh yeah, and there's Curly Girl's favourite. Curly Girl's, as I discovered recently, Curly Girl's childhood favourite, Caligula.
Shit, she saw that in her childhood?
Well, she said that.
The one with Malcolm McDowell?
I know, look at me, you're digging up. Yeah.
Wow.
This one has all the smutty bits cut out though.
Oh, okay.
So, right, and this is on Betamax as well. I would say bloody shit film, right? I mean, I'm not a fan of Caligula. This is just from when I collected them, and I couldn't give it away because it's Betamax, you know.
Yeah,
but
it's hard to.
I really love reading because when they were talking about it, I digged it out just because it made me laugh. I just love the write up it's got here at the back. Beyond your wildest dreams. $25 million orgy of sexual excess with superstar cast, the most shocking adult movie ever made. Jesus,
sounds like a ride.
But you do know what happened, how they made that film, Caligula.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about it. I know there was some difficulties. In production,
major difficulties. What actually happened was it was Bob Guccione who paid for it, who was the owner of Penthouse magazine at the time. Right? Yeah. He bankrolled this movie, and it was meant to be a regular, historical drama, right? And the director fell out with him the author, the guy that wrote the screenplay, fell out with him. It went way over budget, and during production, what happened was Bob Guccione ordered people to shoot pornographic scenes.
Yeah,
and
I heard about that.
Unbeknownst to the director and everyone else, he got pornographic scenes inserted into the film. They were completely and utterly separate from the drama that's going on, the story or what have you. He got pornographic scenes inserted into this movie, right? Because what he aimed to do was to make the most tasteful adult movie at the time. That was what they did, right? And it's just a big pile of trash, right? And Sir John Gielgud, who's in it, Peter O'Toole's in it, Malcolm McDowell, Helen Mirren are in this film, and they did not know that this was happening, right? Sir John Gielgud was absolutely horrified that he pretty much starred in an adult movie at that time, right?
Wow.
And the weird thing was, if you were going to the cinema to see, what was that, 1980? So you're going to see Superman 2 in the cinema, right? In 1980, you pay your regular ticket price, but if you were paying to see Caligula, you paid like double to see Caligula. They charged like double to see it at the box office. Yeah. For some weird reason, they were able to charge people more money to see this movie, and it made a profit. It friggin' made a profit, and it's awful. I can't stand it. I absolutely hate that film. And it was just that I don't know how I can't remember how I came across this Betamax. I bought a bunch of Betamax off of eBay, and this was amongst them. So it was just like, oh, well, Caligula, okay. I don't think I ever watched this version, but they showed it on TV one time, and they did this whole extreme cinema season on TV in the UK, and that was one of the movies that they included, and it is actually quite nasty in places. There are some real horrible, violent moments in it, right? And it's just it kind of is aimless. It's just like, okay, this emperor, he was a lunatic, and that's it. Right? Let's just watch this guy being a lunatic, and yeah,
that's
nasty to everyone. I don't know if it would it class as a weird movie. Maybe there are some moments in it that are just downright strange. But nobody else seems to get this like I do.
It made a couple of disturbing movies lists, but I don't know if it's actually personally disturbing. But
but Beng is on it. Like she's on it. She's my wee hero here. Oh, thank you, Beng. She's killing those bots. Thank you.
Rock and roll.
Thank you, absolutely.
Well, what do you say we wrap it up, Terrence? Have we beaten this horse past death and beyond, or what do you think, man? I'm feeling tired.
Right, I'm putting you through the ringer. Well, you're my guest, and I'm not here. I don't want to scare you away. I want you back. Right?
Always be back, brother.
Well, that's really kind.
Hey, it's kind that you have invited me on. It really means a lot, man. It's a warm welcome. I appreciate it.
Well, I know. Nearly 4 hours, though. It's like friggin'. It's like we could watch The Irishman instead of this.
Yeah. Well, hopefully everyone that has stuck around in the chat has enjoyed this stream. I know I've enjoyed talking with you.
I know. I think it's just Babeng and Matthew that's left over. Thanks for showing up, Matthew. Really appreciate it. I'll be round at your place tomorrow. Once I woke up, I'll come by and go. That's what I want to do. That I go round everyone's channel and thank them and watch a few of their videos, and leave some comments. What goes around comes around,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
absolutely.
I agree.
Well, tell you what, I'm gonna have one more smoke and then we'll call it a night. Yeah.
Go right ahead, man. I'll probably be smoking one with you. I'll go back out to the garage. I'm down with that.
Have you been blazing during this?
Not during this,
Right.
but I plan on blazing after it. You know how it is, man.
He wore a blazing saddle. He wore a shining star. That is one of the funniest films ever made. Blazing Saddles, without a doubt.
Yeah, I like that one.
It's one of those films that when Next V blog, give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It's one of those films that my face hurts after watching it. My face actually physically hurts after watching Blazing Saddles, and I've seen it multiple times. Right? It's just because I've had an ear grin all the way through it because it's just so damn funny. Right?
It's a good film, man.
Oh, it's perfect. It is so funny that with the writing team behind it, Andy Bergman, Mel Brooks, and Richard Pryor. And Richard Pryor wrote all the white people's jokes, and Mel Brooks wrote all the black people's jokes. Do you know that? Yeah.
I did not know that.
No, that's what they agreed upon.
That's
All
weird.
this sort of Howard Johnson is right. That's Richard Pryor writing that stuff.
Really?
Michael Johnson is right. Everybody's called Johnson. They're all freaking inbred.
I gotta love some of those old Mel Brooks films.
Yeah, happy Father's Day.
Yes, happy Father's Day to all those fathers out there.
Yeah.
Oh, I just came up with another idea for English phrases with Wes.
Okay. So am I gonna get an exclusive sneak peek?
Do you want it? Because I'll give it to you, man. It's important too, because this is a major.
Well, I already gave you a taste of ex-drummer.
I will give you. First of all, okay. Why is it that a pocketbook only fits in a handbag? And why do they call it a handbag? It is never found in a hand. It's usually wrapped around an arm or a shoulder.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And it's these. Who came up with these names? A pocketbook is a wallet. A wallet should be considered a pocketbook. I think that it's the people that came up with the word handbook, because a handbook is generally not, it's not held in, well, I guess it is held in your hand, but it's not necessarily a book as they're known. And strangely enough, a pocketbook can be held in a handbag, but a pocketbook cannot be kept in a pocket, which I believe is a misnomer in itself. And what the hell is with all these people that say, I don't give a fuck, or who gives a fuck?
Yeah, we don't want a fuck from you.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. You actively participate in a fuck.
Yeah, it's a mutual fuck.
It's nothing that you give. You might give some blood, or you might give some semen sample toward the end of the fuck, but I don't think that you're giving a fuck.
I don't think I've ever gave blood, but there you go.
Oh yeah, well, it's not a common thing. It's an American thing, I guess. It's more for us, the people who think they're vampires. We do a little blood sucking with. It's weird. Yeah. It's an American thing. Don't mind me. But no, you can't give a fuck. You simply must. You must be
share
in
a fuck. Share a fuck.
You share. Yeah, exactly, man. You're right. You share
Sharing is
a
caring.
fuck. That's right.
Yeah. So I
And
don't
what's
share a fuck. That's probably the best way to say it. I don't share a
Yep.
fuck.
I don't share a fuck with
I'm
you.
asexual. I am asexual. I don't share a fuck.
I
Oh,
don't
hello,
share a fuck.
Echo. Echo, Echo, Echo.
Echo. Hello, Echo Cero. And what's
Don't give us
this?
a thumbs up.
What
We're
are
just
people?
shooting breeze, talking about the English language and how redundant it is.
Yeah. You ever heard someone say, I'm going to beat the shit out of you? You ever heard that? I've
Yeah, it's.
never I've never been in a situation where someone has actually had the shit beaten out of them. I mean, they get
Do you know
some
what's?
blood coming out of
Do you
them
know
and
what's
stuff.
really stupid as well? See in Scotland, a pancake is a crumpet, right? And in England, a crumpet is a pancake. I mean, we're not
Really?
that far. You could drop the whole of the UK into New York City like 3 times over, right? Easily, right? But
Wow.
we're opposites when it comes to pancakes and crumpets. It's fucking weird.
Oh,
There's a lot of strange shit in this country, man. Really strange. You
I
know,
hear you.
people talk weird.
Oh, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding.
I mean, you've heard of Yorkshire, right?
I
It's in the northeast of England, Yorkshire, right? It's where Wuthering
okay.
Heights was set. It's where Wuthering Heights was set, and also the Yorkshire Ripper, and all the
Oh,
folk
Peter
in
Sutcliffe.
yeah, that was his party town, right? Well, um, in Yorkshire, people they drop the word "the" from their vocabulary. It's common that they drop the word "the" from their vocabulary. Like instead of I'm going to take the dog out the back, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
They
I'm gonna
say
take dog out the back. Out back.
they're like going round back, take dog for walk. Going round back, take dog for walk. The word "the" is
Okay.
just gone. Sometimes they say "t." Sometimes they "t." I'm up to fuzzy tree. It's weird.
It's kind of like
People are weird.
Latin. They drop a lot of the
Yeah.
articles.
Yeah,
That is
and
weird, man.
have you ever heard that in Liverpool, where the Beatles are from, "Strawberry Fields Forever," right? Right.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, you know that they get called Scousers. Have you ever heard that term, Scouser? He's a
What is
Scouser.
that?
Well,
What's that?
in Liverpool, there's a common dish in Liverpool that's called lobscouse. It's like a stew, right? That's where the term, because some people think that the term Scouser is derogatory, like it's a slur, but it's not.
Yeah, it kind of
They,
sounds like it. You
it
fucking
does, yeah.
scouser.
You dodgy Scouser, right?
You
But
scouser motherfucker.
right, but it isn't because it's based around this stew that's commonplace called lobscouse. So if you ever hear of a Liverpudlian getting called a Scouser, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. You can call them a Scouser and they won't get offended. I've got a couple of good mates down there. They're Scousers, they're all right. And
Well,
yeah,
now
it's
I have
totally.
the ammunition I need when I come to town.
Yeah, exactly.
What would they call me out there?
Uh, well, Yank. That's probably the biggest sort of slur, isn't it? Yanks. The
That kind of
Yanks.
hurts.
The Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming. Yeah.
It makes me feel like a teenager who's been caught masturbating, being called a yank.
Yeah, yeah. Caught
Something
yanking.
terrible about that. I'm a
Yes.
Yankee Doodle dandy. I don't know.
I remember somebody called me a crackerjack one time and it threw me off.
Oh,
Cracker.
yeah.
Then I just like white people,
I
you
thought,
know.
I thought that was originally
Well,
originally
cracker.
I thought it was because we eat crackers. It's not the
Right.
reason at all.
Is it not?
It's not. And I don't want to say what it is, but it's terrible and it really makes me sad
Really?
because yeah, man, it's sad. It's because the white guys back in the 1800s, which my family came to America in the 1890s. People, I'm not responsible for that horrible scourge of slavery, but apparently it's because white people used to crack the whips and all that.
Oh,
And I thought it was
goodness.
because
I didn't know that.
I love crackers in general, like Ritz, and I thought it was because I liked crackers.
Oh, hello. Give us a thumbs up. Quality videos. I like me some quality videos. I love you too. Nako Pinda.
Hey, quality videos. Well, you come to the
No.
right place. You've recognized a quality video right here. You've
Yeah. If you're
you've
insane. You're insane. Welcome to the asylum.
welcome. The nuts are running this asylum, but you can get out and get in pretty easy though.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Man, I should go check into the asylum, man. I think I've lost a few screws.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm a bit screwless as well. Oh, there you're talking about these scammers. I just got one. If you were given 1,000 free as a giveaway, how would you spend it, to be honest? To block you? Block your service? Just delete. Get them a next time.
you know what I love telling a scammer?
What's that?
I love them to. I love to reach it to the point where they're asking me for my credit card number or something, and then I tell them, are you ready to take this down? They're like, yes, and I say, all right, it's credit card number one, expires never. It's the original. It lands better in text message, but it's it gets a laugh even from the scammers. Have you
Awesome.
ever you ever been into prank phone calls back and like when we had telephones and all that?
Yeah, I did. I
The
was
day of
guilty
the
of that.
landline.
I
Yeah,
would
me
pretend I
too.
was a radio. I would pretend that I was a radio presenter that people had won a competition. I was a bastard, man. I was a
That's fun. Dude,
yeah. I'm.
I'm the well known in this area as the major scammer. We have a lot of recordings of it. I have besmirched the entire Northwest Indiana region with my phone scams, and I was a terrible man, but also kind of funny in retrospect.
Uh,
I'm good at it too, man. If only we had the ability. Like, this is not the golden age of the phone scam. Back in the landline days, that was when you could do a phone scam and it was real. Whoa, I'll tell you, one time
it wasn't a scam. It was a prank. It wasn't a scam. It was
that's
a
right.
prank.
It
Yeah.
wasn't, yeah, we weren't scamming anybody. Here's the greatest one that I ever did, and I'll tell you, you're going to like this. I once pretended at my house I called Dish Network, and I pretended to not be myself and to order a porno. I was like, all right, hey, yeah, I'm over at my buddy's house and I want to watch this porno, but I don't want him to get it on his bill. Can you just, charge me for it and keep it off his bill? I don't want him to know I'm watching porno in his house. And I gave them all the correct information, about the account and whatnot. And I was like, and I gave them some fictitious name, some random balls out insane name. And they were just like, what? It was great. And
Well, Echo saying, my thing used to be to make phone calls from the bathroom by holding the phone up to the toilet as I flushed it, and then I would hang up. See, some of my mates used to do that, right? That very same thing. I think they got it
yes,
from
that
Beavis and
is a good
Butthead.
one. I
I
used
think it
to
was in
start
Beavis
out
and Butthead,
conversations. Well,
and
I'd go into the bathroom.
they kept phoning my mum. what they did is they kept phoning my mum, and my mum was like, I keep getting these weird phone calls where the phone is just somebody flushing the toilet all the time. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And it turned out to be my mates that were doing it, my friends that were doing it. They were phoning my mum and pranking her. She was really worked up about it as well. She was really worried that somebody was out to get her.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, so for doing prank calls, I got what goes around comes around.
Yeah.
My older brother called me
got some
back
pranks.
mad at me trying to bitch me out for doing that to him, but he couldn't stop laughing. That's just awful, man. He was.
I once called the Kia dealership right before I had to go take a whiz, and I held it until the guy answered the phone, the salesman.
Yeah.
And I started going right when he started talking, and it was loud, man. Like it was one of those real loud ones, and he did not appreciate it whatsoever. I was like, yeah, well, can I get a price on the Sereno? What's that all about? He's like, that's all about nothing, man. Bye. He was mad. He was mad. I had so many voices, Terrence. I can't tell you. I'll have to show you my collection of phone pranks.
You should put them on your channel.
That's actually not a bad idea.
You could just blur out anything that's kind of data protection. Anything that would sort of.
Yeah, anything that would dox or whatever, or names, and I'll
even make you a title sequence, like a goofy kind of 80s. I mean, when did you record this? In the 90s?
In the late 90s, early 2000s, yeah.
Right. Well, I could make you a wee goofy title sequence that you could use to start, a wee 30 seconds of just sort of goofy thing.
Yeah.
I enjoy that. I would really enjoy that if you permit me.
Oh yeah, man, I'm down with that.
I'm not trying to pure.
I'd have to figure out how to transfer them, but I would do that.
It should be very easy.
Nice. Well, that's a plan for the future. That's an upcoming series. Phone pranks with Wes and Terrence.
You don't need to give me credit. It's fine. Fine.
Oh well, I don't know, man. What can I say?
Ever answered the phone going, Domino's Pizza, how can I help you today? For the hell of it.
That's not a bad idea. The only phone that I ever answer is my cell phone, though, so it would kind of be a business call. So I'd probably throw some people for a loop if I were to do that, but probably worth it in the end.
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
your ears must.
What were you gonna say, man?
No. It's kind of nice reminiscing about those times.
Oh yeah, the times of analog technology before the digital era.
So footloose and fancy free, not a care in the world.
Yeah, we had no idea what was coming. Children may never understand.
You said you worry about things and you get anxious about stuff.
Oh yeah.
This might give you a laugh.
Okay.
This is for the last 10 years when I told you I had these severe money worries, right?
Yeah.
About 10 years ago, and I drive myself sick, right, with it. This is what I used as well, and I felt it helped as well. I'm a weird superstitious kind of guy. This is my Guatemalan worry dolls. So Curly Girl's not the only one that collects dolls, right? Inside this little sack, I put it under my pillow at night and I tell them my worries. This is one of them. This is one of the little worry dolls, Guatemalan worry dolls, right? Oh. A little sack that I keep under my pillow, and I tell them my worries. Cool. and then they take away my worries.
You literally tell them,
You can,
or,
yeah. I
or
don't
do
have
you
to
just
verbal. I don't.
subconsciously?
I just sort of I just sort of look at them.
I like
I
that.
open up. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
No, I think it's
Hey.
cool. I think it's cool, man.
But
Nothing
hey,
wrong with that.
as the title suggests, two white weirdos, right? So, and I'm sorry that I've hit you with that slur, you know.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm as white as they can get. I couldn't get whiter. I'm
No, I think
so white.
look at that. That's the whitest man in Scotland. Even the ghosts are like, come on, get a tan.
I think I'm kind of white, I guess. I don't know. It could be the filter I'm using. I'm just kidding. I'm not using a filter, but
Awesome.
I used to tell people that I was black until I fell down the stairs and then I turned white in grade school.
Right.
I wasn't trying to be an asshole or anything. I literally believed that as a child. It must have been a previous life thing because
I was always a sort of white balance comparison that anyone who'd been to Spain or Italy or somewhere for their holidays, they would come over to me and show me their tan right next to my arm. They'd be like, "Oh, look, isn't that a great tan?" Right next to my arm, you know, because obviously anybody next to mine would just be.
I get that, man. Oh, I was always shamed. I never got a tan. I got a sunburn, man.
Oh, same.
I was turned into a lobster every time I got out in the sun. Oh, it was terrible and it was painful.
Yeah.
Memory lane. Ay, caramba. You've taken me down that memory lane, Terrence, and I'm stuck in the 80s, man, in the 90s when phones were attached to tables and walls, when computers were the size of bedrooms.
Oh yeah. See, you were talking about phoning up and trying to get you were doing that sort of porno scam or whatever you were calling it.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
I don't want to be on my friend's bill. We'll see the company that I work for, right? We get customers all the time who, you know, their phones are locked automatically, right? Unless they've asked for it in the store when they've bought their phone to make sure that they can view adult content through their phone, it will be locked so that they cannot do that. In case their kids get it, in case they bought an iPhone and given it to their kid, and their kid's going on some porno site, right?
Good way to save them from.
So we get customers phoning in all the time, and they're like going to unblock this so that I can, you know, so they have to explicitly tell me. And usually they say, "Oh, it's because I like to gamble. You know, I like to go on the gambling site." It's always gambling that they say. But you get. Speaking of weirdos, right? You get these weirdos who phone up, right? They charge a bunch of smutty things to their bill, right? A bunch of vulgar, pornographic stuff to their bill.
Yeah.
And they purposefully look for women that they can phone up at the call center so that they can hear them read out the dirty stuff that they've been watching online or they've subscribed to. So they're getting this filthy thrill out of hearing this woman having to read out this disgusting, vile stuff. Yeah, that happens.
A weird kink.
It is a weird kink, right? And so a lot of the women that I work with, they're wise to it, right? So they really like to wind these guys up, right? But you get them every so often, they'll show up, they will try to get this weird thrill. Obviously, I don't get those calls, right? They hear my voice and then they hang up. They're phoning up, they get a woman, and we would always, whenever someone got one of these douchebags, we would always sort of clam around and plug another headset in and listen and stuff, right? Just
Oh
weird.
no.
Weird, right? Some guy, you just want.
Were they whacking off or something?
Who knows, right? But they're just they want to hear a woman read out this vulgar crap to them. So they're spending money on their bill, charging adult content with really salacious titles just to hear some women read it out. Really fucking weird. Really weird. You know,
that is
I mean, don't they
odd.
have sex? Don't they just have sex? But that's the thing is, it's not. They could phone a sex chat line, right, and charge that to their bill. But they don't want that. They want to humiliate these women. That's what they're out to do, right? They want to have some sort of power over them and humiliate them by putting them through this. That's what it's all about. Isn't it? It's the degradation. They want to degrade this person. Like, yeah. And it's a shame in my business, the women get it bad. Women get a lot of abuse, a lot of, the customers, they instantly want the manager when the woman's there, because it's like, you have no efficacy, you have no power. There's a lot of that.
Yeah. Yeah,
And it's disgusting. It is. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not good.
It really breaks my heart.
Yeah,
I've worked with a lot. I've worked with some great ladies in there, right? And they're true friends. They are true friends, and I've seen them crying their eyes out, and I've been there to help them. And it's tough. And I from the way that customers talk to me, as opposed to the way they talk to them, and I've listened into their calls. I've been there coaching them on some of their calls, and it's worlds apart. It's worlds apart, and you think that the world isn't as chauvinistic or misogynistic, but then you get to these cruel callers. They're just horrible crank callers all the time, and you see these women crying their eyes out in the place, and it's just.
Well, don't get me wrong. I never drove somebody to tears or anything. I might have made them laugh.
You're just winding them up, right? You're not being a chauvinist, right?
Yeah,
you're just being a wind up merchant, right? That's different.
was winding them up. I can't say I wasn't a chauvinist. I mean, you can't really make a joke on a phone without being a little dirty. You got to have a dirty. I wasn't overtly. I wasn't explicit per se, but I wasn't violating them. So, but yeah, I never.
Yeah. I know, it's just, but it really upsets me when I hear that kind of stuff, and it is, especially if they've got a foreign accent as well. Right? I work with women from all over the world, from Africa, from India, from Pakistan, whatever, and they're Glaswegians, they're Scottish, but they have an accent because their family, they're second generation, right? And
right.
They jump on that. The amount of racism that I hear on a daily basis is just, in this day and age, it really upsets me. All those idiots over there. Oh, those idiots over there in India. I can't believe it. I'm not racist, but and I hear that constantly. I'm not racist, but. And it's like, yeah, but you are, right? You're just about to tell me that you are.
But continue, you're not racist, but you're racist.
The way that they try and bring you in on that chat, they try and reel you in to be like them. There was a part in that film, actually, Ex-Drummer.
Yeah.
Where the characters were being racist. And they were talking about foreigners coming and taking their jobs and all that. That was the moment, and that was probably the only moment in the film that I found was very realistic, because that is That
Well, that's a
belief
real
system.
thing in Belgium. In Belgium, I guess they have some issues.
Extremist.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it's the same here. It's the same here. In the mass in the mainstream media, even once what I mean, that's what brought on the exit from Europe. They say it's all about like trying to protect the economy and all that, but deep down at the heart of it is racism. It's sheer racism that brought that on.
what do you
Seriously.
mean? Like
Well, well, we left Europe, right? UK,
Brexit and all that?
especially Brexit, right? That was brought about by a party called UKIP, or
Okay.
United Kingdom Independence Party. They
Okay.
they were pushing for that, right? And they had been for a long time. And in the media, the mainstream media, the BBC and all that, they were a laughing stock, right? These guys, and they were all very chauvinistic, very white supremacist, but not overtly, not like the Klan or something like that. It was all done very um, it was all done quite subtle, but not subtle enough, right? You could totally see what they were about, kind of like Trump, right? And that aspect. And this
Okay.
guy, Nigel Farage, he's good pals with Trump as well, right? They met a few times during his term, and so they got what they wanted. Got they voted. And this was after we lost the vote to leave the UK as Scotland, right? Right. And
Okay.
one of the promises that the UK government gave Scotland was that if you stay in the UK, then we'll stay in Europe. If you leave the UK, then you leave Europe as well. And what, 2 years later? 2 years later, we're leaving Europe. It was like they totally screwed us over. And that was the weird thing. When it came to the actual vote to leave Europe, Scotland predominantly voted against it. So we had no efficacy in that vote. That was the reason I wanted to leave, was because as a democracy, we can't make decisions on what goes on in Westminster in London. We can't
Yeah.
make any. We have no power over what goes on in London whatsoever. We pay all the taxes, we do all that stuff, right? But we
Yeah.
cannot get the vote in at all. So when it came to leaving Europe, Scotland predominantly wanted to stay in Europe, and we had no say in the matter whatsoever. So we're fucked, right? And so they got exactly what they wanted. And at roughly about the same time, when this UKIP party were getting stronghold, right? The media, the BBC, which is partly funded by the government and partly funded by the public through a television license, right? It's fucking weird, right? They would have these guys on the TV all the time, right? These UKIP people, they would, fair enough, they would put them on like news satire programs and criticize them, make fun of them, but they gave them so much airtime, right? Right, even though they
Okay.
make fun of these guys and bring them on and show what a bunch of idiots that they are,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
They still gave them all that free airtime. So regardless of them being ridiculed, the mass public just thought, well, I see that guy on TV all the time. They don't listen to what's being said. They just see him on TV. He must be an important guy. I'll vote for him, right? So by proxy of giving these idiots so much airtime, it gave them more power, right? It's
Okay.
it, it's the same with Trump. Trump got all this ridicule all the time before he got into power, but he got all that free airtime. The guy was a hot topic every single day, right? What's he going to say next? He's going to say something ridiculous next, and it all worked in his favor.
Yeah. They've been everyone everyone acts like it was some big surprise that he ran for president. They were talking about that back in the day when he was on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and all that. I mean,
Yeah. Home Alone too.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Trump. That age is over, thank God.
But talking about racism in Britain, have you heard of a thing called the Windrush scandal?
No, sir.
Right. Well, about maybe 10 years ago. Right. I'll need to go back further than that. Let's go back to the late 50s, early 60s. Right. When after the Second World War, this whole country was bankrupt because of the amount of money they spent on the Second World War. We lost so many lives in that war, right?
Oh yeah.
So this country needed to be rebuilt, right? And a lot of obviously the British Empire, where you had all these countries that Britain ruled going way back, right? They gave them independence. They didn't give these countries independence because they were being nice about it. They just couldn't afford to run these countries anymore. That was why. So, oh yeah, you have your independence. Oh, good on you. You know, we're lovely people. You know, God save the Queen, right? But it was just because they couldn't afford to run the British Empire anymore because of the Second World War. Put us on our knees. So one of the things that they did to build Britain back up again was they got people from the West Indies, people from the Caribbean to come to this country to help rebuild it, right? So these people were made British citizens, right? They were brought here in the 60s, right? And they did it. They helped build this country, right? And God bless them for that, right?
Yeah.
But then 10 years ago, the Conservative government decided that these people who've been in this country for almost 50 years, they're not British citizens. They weren't given papers. They weren't given official documents to prove they were British citizens. We need to kick these people out the country. And you're talking about elderly people from the Caribbean, right? Originally, and they've been in Britain for over 50 years, are told that they're not British citizens and they need to leave and go back to Jamaica or wherever like that.
Oh boy.
Can you
That ain't right.
believe that? And people were committing suicide. Elderly people who are British as fucking Britain can be were killing themselves because of the fear of being kicked out of the country like that. The country that their grandchildren have grown up in. Right?
Yeah.
That is as British as fish and chips.
Yeah.
Right? And then what happened was, oh, wait a minute, we made a mistake. Once it became this scandal that all the press and the public went nuts over, quite rightly too. Oh, the Conservative government were like, oh, that was a mistake. We made a mistake. Right? They've done so much damage to these people. Based on racism. It's all based on bloody racism. Seriously, there is these racist policies in this day and age, in the new millennium. These racist policies still get pushed through, and it's just devastating. It's absolutely devastating, right? So it's weird, you know, because I understand that your country has a problem with race, right? A major problem with, you know, trigger happy policing and things like that, right? And racial profiling, things like that.
I've heard tell about it.
You know, and it's a blight. It's a major blight, and in this country, it's different. It's more. It's all kind of swept under the rug in a weird way. You know, we don't have that level of violence, but we do have that kind of that sort of segregation in people's minds unnecessarily, and I experience it all the time, and it really upsets me. You know, it just gets on my nerves, especially, you know, now we're celebrating Juneteenth, you know, and we don't, like I said before, we abolished slavery before the United States, but we still invested money in it, right? I mean, Glasgow, this city in particular, there are buildings, right, in the city centre, old buildings that were built on the sugar trade. You go into the history of, there's a place in the city centre called Merchant City. It's called Merchant City because we were selling and buying slaves for the Caribbean, places like that. Sugar.
Well,
You know, it's disgusting. And the thing is, we don't celebrate any of that. We don't. You guys have got Juneteenth, right? And that's nice, right? It's nice to acknowledge your history, whether good or bad. You know, because you have to learn history to prevent it from happening again. But we don't. We don't have any of that. And I think, and that makes me sick to my stomach, to be honest, right? Because we need to know. We need to learn so that we don't repeat it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, to a certain degree, I got to admit, it is good to know history. You know, you don't want to repeat the past mistakes. And
they seems to happen though, right? I mean, after the Vietnam War, we shouldn't have had anything like that ever again. You guys shouldn't have had anything like that.
See, that's the thing, you know, we have no more say over the government than anyone else in the world, you know. I mean, there's an illusion of
choice, yeah,
choice and all that. I mean, it's all representative government, and it's bullshit. Nobody gets a vote. If everyone had a vote, weed would already be legal across the country.
Yeah.
And I specifically on Twitter asked both President Trump and not Biden, but Bernie Sanders, because I thought they were going to be the two running against each other at the time, the next election. I asked them, straight up, what is your policy on full legalization of marijuana? Go. Neither of them responded to it. And not saying that's the most important issue, but it was mine.
The president doesn't really have a say when it comes to state legislation, I'm sure.
Well,
you know, that's what your governor is for, eh?
The federal policy is the problem.
Yeah, okay. Federal, right. On a federal level, aye.
We have no problem getting it approved on state level. It's the federal policy that's a problem, because the feds still come in and bust down on people that are just doing business, and it's not right. If it were up to the people, this shit wouldn't be happening. We don't, you know, it's a representative government. We don't get a say. We get one vote every 4 years. I don't know what the hell they're talking about midterm elections. Where the hell do I vote in a midterm election? And what the hell good is it going to do? I'm
as the character Mongo said in the film Blazing Saddles, Mongo only pawn in game of life.
Yeah, no kidding, man. That's about it.
For Mongo.
we all are, man. We all, yeah.
I know. Yeah. But I've always believed in this, right? I'm a big fan of Alan Moore. You know, the comic book author who wrote Watchmen, V for Vendetta. Have you ever read any of his stuff?
No, but I'm familiar with those films, though.
Yeah, well, he wrote the original comic strip that they were based on. He hates the films. The guy's, you should watch a lot of his interviews. He's a really interesting guy. He's he has this thing where he said that satire is the greatest weapon against authoritarian people. You know.
Well, that is a good point. Comedy is a great tool. A lot of our greatest comedians were also philosophers in a lot of respects.
Yeah.
they brought to light a lot of things that needed to be said that couldn't be said in
Bill
normal.
Hicks. I loved Bill Hicks. He
Yeah, he was
wasn't
good.
he wasn't so beloved in America, weirdly. I know that in America he was not as popular as he was in Britain, weirdly. When he came to Edinburgh and performed there, he was like a god here when he came to Britain. But in
Really?
America he was still popular in America, but not to the degree that when he came to the UK he was huge here. Really was.
Well,
So
I always know him from the Tool song where
he
he's
did
like,
he did Letterman a few times, didn't he?
I don't know, did he? I
Mhm.
don't really follow Bill Hicks' career in particular, but I
There's a
am
good
familiar
documentary
with him
about
as a
him.
comedian.
There's a good documentary about him. He did enjoy the Shroomies as well.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
he was
towards
a
the
pretty
end.
cool guy.
Yeah. But yeah, but the thing is that satire is important because it makes these people look ridiculous. If you make these people look ridiculous to an extent, it diminishes their power.
Yeah,
So if you can touch people of any stripe, of any tribe, and make this group of people look absolutely ridiculous because you've done it in such a clever way, then you will ruin them. You will absolutely destroy them.
yes, I've been a subject of a lot of um, pointed humor myself. I know how that goes, and it is one of the most effective ways to totally remove someone's credibility and humanity. I've been the butt of many jokes, and I I don't like using anything for the purpose of cruelty, but sometimes you have to use jokes and jests to get your point across, especially if you're angry, because anger is never a good emotion to use if you can channel it into something else. Because I've always found when I'm pissed off and all that, I better I better channel my energy into comedy because it gets a hell of a lot better reaction than anything else. It diffuses tension, and it's it's important for healing, and it brings people together, and
Yeah.
it breeds camaraderie, I think. I don't like to use it as a tear down tool though. Like there are a lot of um comedians, if you will, on television that like to use humor in a demeaning and damaging way, and I don't think that that's really the way to
It's
go.
not clever. You want to be clever.
Yeah,
You really want to be clever. I mean, it is kind of sad these days where someone like Dave Chappelle has been attacked on stage, right?
yeah,
Or fucking Chris Rock getting slapped at the Oscars and stuff like that. That's just fucked up. These guys are comedians. They're there to tell a joke, right?
yeah. That was
Right?
pretty stupid. I gotta admit, Will Smith was pretty happy with himself about that, but I was not impressed. I
No,
thought
me
that
neither.
was kind of stupid, to be honest with you. I mean, come on, it's Chris Rock, man. Of course he's gonna bag on you.
Yeah,
What the hell is he
exactly.
there for? Give him a break. Don't fucking slap him. He took it like a man, though. He
Oh
took
yeah,
that slap like a man.
Chris Rock came out the better man in that situation, to be
He
honest.
sure did, right? Automatically.
And
He
at the end
had
of
my
the day,
respect from day moment one, really.
at the end of the day, both of their stock went up, right? They,
Oh
you
yeah,
know, it's like who gives a shit about the
they're gonna
Oscars?
be in a new movie together. I bet you.
Oh
They're
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
writing it
he'll be the
right
next
now.
Bad Boys, won't he?
Yeah,
And it's just it's just kind of funny that nobody gives a shit about the Oscars. It's so pointless, right? And
I
they're.
despise it.
That was it.
I'm not a big fan of Hollywood. I don't like that whole parade of bullshit
It is bullshit
It
because
is.
it is so it's so exclusionary. It tries to portray this myth that all the best films come out of Hollywood, which is bullshit. I mean, really.
Oh, it tries to maintain a lot of a lot of the most damaging myths of our culture.
Hmm.
And well, really, I mean, you know, the only people in Hollywood that actually exist are perfect in every way. And if you're not, then you don't really matter in Hollywood. If you don't have star quality, you ain't shit, you know?
Yeah, I
That's
made this
why they
point.
hate YouTube. That's why they hate YouTube. They don't want us to be able to
Have a voice,
have a voice at all. Yeah, they hate us. I mean,
but
they hate the bigger YouTubers that are really pulling in numbers, you know? I mean, they look at
and they
us
don't they
as
don't they don't really, as much as cinema should, they don't really reflect real life.
no,
That's
not
the
like it
thing.
should be. It's not a
This
lot of artisans in Hollywood anymore, at least.
here is this marvelous city, Los Angeles, right, which has got an incredible history, right? There's so much great and bad history of that place, right? There's stories to be
Sure.
told. There are great stories to be told about Los Angeles,
Yeah.
and it's got one of the worst situations with homelessness right now, and it has been for the past 4 decades, growing, right?
Yeah.
And nobody ever talks about it. Hollywood never looks outside its own front door and says, "Do you know what? Maybe we should make the fuck off and die homeless
Oh
film."
man.
You know,
I I was attacked by a homeless person on Hollywood Boulevard one time. I mean, not physically, but he was demanding money. He We were walking by. My buddy Brian just gave him the cold shoulder when he asked him for some money. He turned right to me and he was like, "I know you got some money." I was like, I'm sorry, man, I don't. And he fucking was threatening me and shit. I was like, damn, man, militant bums.
mm,
Fucker would have killed me for the $5 that I had. We weren't very different as far as our financial situations, and he was a vicious man. Very rare. I've never met such a mean bum, but that guy really he kind of hurt
yeah,
my feelings.
yeah. But hey, I'm not talking about the individual, but the actual problem with homelessness needs to be addressed by by the by the
Yeah,
by the media that's right next door to it. That's the thing.
the
And the
government
thing
needs
is
to
that
take
people
care
are
of it.
leaving because of the climate issues in California. They're leaving in droves. They're leaving in droves. You hear about this all the time. People are leaving California
Oh
all the
yeah,
time.
California is a cesspool, and it has nothing to do with the amount of human fecal matter in the streets. It has more to do with the quality of the people that live in California that run the show, and that
Mm.
if the government of California could take care of every single homeless person if they really wanted to. If we really wanted to put our hearts in the right place in America, we could solve all of our problems right now, but we choose not to do it because there is not a way to make it profitable for us in the long run. And that's the sick thing. If it's not profitable, if there's no way to bend it over and rape it for decades, then there is no reason to make it so in America, and that is the ultimate fallacy. It's
No.
one of it's the richest country in the in the world, and yet it can't take care of its own homeless and its own
It's,
veteran disabled. It's not. It's broken, man. It's broken, and it ain't right, and it infuriates me, to be honest with you. Don't
same.
like. I don't like talking about politics because I have
Sorry.
a real sour world point of view.
It goes nowhere as well. It just goes nowhere. But see, the thing is as well is that I hate the way that the representation is so kind of misguided. For example, look at New York City, right? It is a melting pot. It always has been. New York City is one of America's great melting pots because it's the
Yeah.
port side. It's where all the immigrants came to, right? Whether all these cities on the coast, Florida, Boston, New York, these are the places that the immigrants came to, and so much content that's made in the popular mainstream does not represent that. It is really misguided. You get the most popular sitcom of the last 20 years is Friends, right? Do you
Yeah,
know in the
yeah.
whole do you know in the whole run of that show, they only had two black women in the show that had speaking parts. Two. And it ran for like what, 13 years or something, maybe more.
Oh
And
boy.
two black women in speaking parts in the series Friends. I mean, if that's not white supremacy, I don't know what the fuck is, man. And you've got Sex in the City, all these shows that were based in that set in that city, and it just didn't represent what the actual people that live there. It just bamboozles me because that's the weird thing. People that live.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, but also in the same breath, though, a a course correction that is not set. Like for instance, you're not going to fix it. You're not going to fix it the way they're trying to fix it now, which is by they're trying to cake it on like as if
Virtue signaling, as they
yes,
call it.
yeah,
Yeah,
and that is in itself a crime. And but all we need to do is just treat people like people, and that's all there. I mean, that's all there is. It doesn't need to be. It's not a fucking. It's not a mystery, You just treat people right. It's pretty simple. Uh, and
yeah, but it's shameful when a film like Muppets Take Manhattan has better representation of that city than Friends or something, or even something that's been considered as more realistic. It just freaks me out. Because people that live outside of the United States, they see that as that's the way it is,
yeah.
and it isn't. It's just a joke. It's just an absolute joke.
There is a lot of
And,
misconception about what America actually is and what it is, and all reality is very true, and it has a lot to do with our movies and our
mm,
media.
yeah, when I was a kid, I bought right into it. I used to think that the movies was exactly the way it was, right?
Oh,
It
sure.
wasn't until just nonsense. But as George
Movies
Carlin
are,
once said,
as Kevin Smith once said, or no, Jay Muse, Jay
uh,
from Jay and Silent Bob. Movies are fucking bullshit, man. And they
well,
are.
and another thing that George Carlin said, he said, you know, um, it was about the American dream, right?
Yeah.
You know why they call it the American dream? Because you have to be
Why is
asleep
that?
to believe it. You have to be
Yeah,
asleep to believe
yeah, yeah. That's a good
it.
one, man. It's true. George Carlin was ahead of his time as far as his method of speaking. He was a great comedian, one of my favorites.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I always like some of the you're talking about the English language. That was my favorite part about his work was that he would poke fun at language all
oh
the
yeah,
time.
oh yeah,
Like jumbo shrimp. Like
yeah,
what jumbo shrimp? What does that mean, right? Or
yeah,
it's like it's like when he did the seven dirty words that you can't say on television. That whole routine was just perfect. Where he's like, "Oh
yeah,
yeah, you can prick your finger, but you can't finger your prick.
Yeah, or what's this thing about pilots? Where did all these pilots gather? In a place called the cockpit. That's great.
Yeah, and he was from New York City as well. Awesome.
Oh yeah, he was an original, man.
A lot of great folk come from there, man. Martin Scorsese, Spike Lee. Great.
Yeah, man.
You know.
This is a good point. Well, we got to jump off here, Terrence. I'm running low, man. I'm running.
Yeah, same. Sorry,
it's been fun.
I've turned
It's
you
been
into
a
a work
hell of a
wheel.
ride.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. All three of you.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thanks for sticking in there and being with us tonight.
Yeah, we won't
I
go
had a
so
good
long
time
next time,
talking.
right? But tonight was a special night because we were being weird.
Exactly. Yeah, we were having a good time going off the cuff, man. I thought it was good. I had a good time.
Yeah, nice chatting with
So-
you. Good night.
It's always a pleasure speaking with you.